We would like to welcome in our global conference hall guests from many continents, many banks, banks who are working with Ukraine. And we as a trade finance community of Ukraine, now getting a brand Ukrainian Alliance for Trade Finance and Factoring, have great pleasure to welcome you at this first global conference dedicated to trade finance in Ukraine in this new format. Also, I would like to mention that since this is a format of webinar, so we will not be able to see all the nice faces of guests who are gathering in our conference hall. You see, we are already more than 150. Nevertheless, I would like to maintain our good tradition before all our meetings. We smile to each other, so please smile to us, smile to our global conference. We are open to cooperation. We know that trade finance is business where our connections are maintained for years, and we become not only good colleagues but also friends. So we're opening our conference. Welcome, dear colleagues. I'm now switching on my screen. I believe you now see the presentation. And it is my great pleasure to welcome our honored guests. We have, of course, support for this event and for development of trade finance. For many years, we partner with valuable financial institutions and partners. Today, we give the opening floor to our good partner and regulator of Ukrainian banking market and trade finance as well, the National Bank of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Serhyi Nikolaichuk, Deputy Chairman of the National Bank of Ukraine.
Thank you, Vladyslav. And dear participants, I'm very pleased to welcome you to today's webinar. First of all, I would like to thank the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the Ukrainian Alliance for Trade Finance and Factoring for organizing today's event. I'm glad that businesses are starting to recover from the shock of the invasion and thinking about reopening and development even in wartime. As you know, at the beginning of the war, the NBU's priority was to ensure payments were uninterrupted and the banking system operated stably. That was necessary in order to avoid panic, maintain Ukrainians' access to their funds, and to help businesses get back on their feet as quickly as possible. With this in mind, in the first hours of the war, the NBU took the following measures: fixed the official hryvnia exchange rate and key policy rate. The regulatory requirements for banks and non-banking financial institutions were eased, and banks were provided with liquidity. And also we imposed a number of restrictions in order to prevent massive outflows of funds from the banking system and avoid the massive capital flight from the country. It also should be noted that the National Bank of Ukraine prepared banks in advance to operate in an emergency, since the war with Russia has been grinding on for more than 8 years. The banks already had their own business continuity plans, which they had developed and revised with the active participation of the NBU, and that was a critical element for maintaining the stability of the banking system. This stability allowed households and businesses to recover from the first shock of the war and adapt to the new conditions. The NBU in turn had to calibrate its policies as to restore economic logic to citizens' behavior. In the first hours of the war, we introduced rather strict administrative restrictions to prevent the rapid outflow of the funds from the banking system and avoid or minimize at least capital flight. Further, the NBU eased and revised these restrictions, adapting them to the new reality. On the one hand, the main purpose of the policy calibration was to stimulate economic recovery and allow Ukrainians to meet their most important needs. On the other hand, it sought to prevent the wasting of limited FX resources on non-critical needs, and as a result, prevent a steep drop in Ukraine's international reserves. It is particularly important since Russia's invasion of Ukraine is turning into a long war of attrition. These principles are reflected in the NBU's recent decisions, which are important for businesses. First, the NBU, together with the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, allowed businesses to purchase FX and use it to make payments for all imports of goods. Previously, only goods on the list of critical imports could be imported. At the same time as businesses resumed operations, the list was gradually expanded, and once the import restrictions were eased, it included around 90% of the goods and services that had been imported before the war. For this reason, the NBU believes that the respective easing of the restrictions will not create substantial pressure in the FX market. Instead, it will improve the business environment in Ukraine, since businesses will be able to purchase all the goods they require for their production processes. At the same time, restrictions on the import of services remain in effect. Second, on the 9th of July, the NBU extended from 120 to 180 days the settlement deadlines for export and import transactions that were executed after the 5th of April. I would also like to note that on the 5th of April, the NBU reduced their respective settlements deadlines from 365 to 90 days. This measure ensured there was a reduction in speculative capital outflow abroad. At the same time, in view of the logistical problems with exporting and importing goods that have been caused by the war, and at the request of businesses, the relevant deadlines were extended first to 120 days at the beginning of June, and again to 180 calendar days on the 9th of July. Third, the NBU reduced the deadlines for the use of the FX purchased by residents after 11th of July from 10 to 2 business days. These decisions is intended to relieve the pressure on the international reserves of our country. In fact, the restrictions in effect now on the FX market are assisting the NBU in performing its main functions to maintain price and financial stability. Also, in order to alleviate the pressures on the FX market and the international reserves of Ukraine, and given that businesses entities are returning to making economic grounded decisions, the NBU in early June increased the key policy rate to 25%. This measure was necessary to promote the use of hryvnia instruments for savings and to decrease demand for the foreign currency. Some banks have already increased their deposit rates. Rates will continue to rise across the banking system. The full effect of the key policy rate hike will be apparent in 2 to 3 months. The response of the Ministry of Finance will also be important in that respect. We expect that yields on the war domestic government debt securities will rise to the market levels promoting the use of these instruments for the saving purposes. What conclusions can be drawn on after 4 months of full-scale war? The banking system has done its homework well, then raised its financial defense within first hours of the full-scale invasion, owing to the reforms implemented in the recent years. The business continuity plans prepared for the special period and successfully implemented, and restrictions and assistance provided by the NBU. The economy has mostly overcome the initial mental shock of the full-scale war and is recovering gradually, especially in the regions liberated from Russian occupation and in the territories free from active hostilities. The NBU remains actively engaged in these processes and is continuing to implement monetary and current fixed policies to match the present challenges. Today, the NBU's priority is ensuring the stable operation of the financial system. In this way, the economy will be able to withstand this war of attrition for as long as needed and become the necessary foundation for the post-war recovery and reforms after the victory. And an effective and mutually beneficial cooperation with the financial sector is an important element of economic resilience. For instance, today, trading in Ukraine is funded mostly with the current assets of businesses in trade relations. Military hostilities are hindering trade. In particular, logistic and associated expenses of businesses entities on trade are skyrocketing. Additionally, the current assets are needed to fund the said expenses. At the same time, a large number of merchants are trying to avoid risks by demanding immediate payment. This makes it more difficult for market participants to fund the said expenses in usual way using their own current assets. Current trade finance mechanisms can make it easier for all parties to trade relations to access financing for their current assets, which will help to revive trade. The NBU has been consistent in introducing measures to improve Ukrainian companies' access to the modern instruments of trade finance. More specifically, the NBU has recently allowed the banks to factor in the guarantees provided by the Export Credit Agency when measuring their credit risks. This step will facilitate the financing of exports by banks through arrangements involving EK guarantees. Next year, the revised law of Ukraine on financial mechanisms for stimulating exports will come into effect, and the new version of this law gives the NBU the authority to supervise and regulate the EK. Furthermore, the law will expand the list of services provided by EK. At present, the NBU, together with counterparts from EK and the Ministry of Economy, are drafting laws to regulate operations of upgraded EK. The regulator expects introducing the new EK will improve performance and provide additional stimulus for the export development. Also, in 2 years, the new law of Ukraine on financial services and financial companies comes into effect, and this law will expand factoring companies' opportunities to raise financial resources, while also improving the regulation of factoring, including on the non-bank market. The strategy of Ukrainian financial sector development until 2025 also envisages a reform of factoring regulation, which is now being shaped by the NBU. And this is one of the elements of the National Economy Recovery Plan, which is already being drafted despite hard trials. So I will end at this point and thank you very much for this possibility, and I would like to wish all the participants the fruitful discussions during today's workshop.
Дякуємо, пане Сергію. Це було дійсно... Excuse me. Dear colleagues, switching languages, I would like to thank Mr. Nikolaichuk for this profound opening letter. We now are all in the context of what is going on in Ukraine, because yes, of course, with the name of the conference, Trade Finance During the War, we need to make this clear, crystal clear, how Ukraine now is feeling where we are. So thank you, Mr. Nikolaichuk. We are now in this context 100%. Now I give the floor for the opening message to our long-term partner, stakeholder in development of trade finance in Ukraine, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Francis Malige, Director of Regional Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Vladyslav, and thank you, Serhyi, for your words. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you today, especially during these tragic times. I remember last time I opened our factoring and trade seminar in Kiev. I think it was 2016, and we were all in one room. Now we are in one virtual room, but soon I know we will be there again together in a physical room. We now face the brutal escalation of the 8-year-old Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we're still recovering at the same time from the ongoing pandemic. We are facing an unprecedented food crisis that is triggered by the Russian invasion again. And finally, the world realizes what Ukraine has known for a long time. Energy is a weapon, and Russia is using it. So within this new altered reality, first of all, I want to acknowledge the preparedness and the resilience of the NBU and the banks. I think it's admirable what you have been able to achieve over the past 5 months, and nobody really expected it. You have impressed the whole world. In that context, I must say international trade continues to play a vital role through which your contribution, including as individuals through your day-to-day work, is fundamental. Over the last 2 decades, the EBRD's trade facilitation program has gained recognition and appreciation from the industry and from its clients. Since the start of the program, we've supported over 27 billion euros worth of trade. The trade program has created a professional network of which you are part to support the working groups in our region and to deliver advanced trade finance trainings. When one of our regions of operations faces difficult times, TFP always plays a key role in supporting trade finance and its growth to provide accessibility to finance for local companies, which are crucial for economic stability and resilience. Ukraine has always been one of the most active countries in which we invest, with a large number of projects across the EBRD. As of the end of 2021, TFP supported over 3.8 billion euros for more than 3,000 transactions in Ukraine. With the ongoing war, the work of the TFP has actually not stopped, and in fact, demand has grown immensely. The program is now facing new challenges, especially in the area of food security, as the war has pushed food prices up dramatically, which is severely affecting countries that heavily rely on food imports. The impact of the war on Ukraine is also causing disruptions to supply chains in the entire EBRD region. So supporting Ukraine at this time is vital, and so is keeping global trade moving to avoid further conflicts also elsewhere. This is why TFP continues to support partner banks in Ukraine, and since the start of the war has already processed over 140 million euros volume of trade finance, and there is more to come. The lines continue to work. We hope that this webinar will benefit and that you will gain better understanding of the current trade finance and factoring market, and that we will identify opportunities for further cooperation and support in Ukraine. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us. Looking forward to the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. You are always our friend, and we always can count on support of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our honored guest, Julda KIELYTE. She represents European Commission, and without European support, neither Ukrainian trade finance nor Ukraine as economy cannot consider its future. So we are glad to welcome you, dear Ms. KIELYTE.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm really very, very glad to join this event organized by the EBRD. And thank you very much for inviting me. I mean, as Francis just mentioned, I mean, I would be, of course, very happy to join it in person, but at least, you know, we can talk to each other online. Let me just start that indeed Russia's war on Ukraine, which started on the 24th of February, has had devastating economic, social, and poverty consequences. The private sector is deeply distressed, and we see disruptions and damage to supply chains, trade routes, and domestic operations. We have seen some preliminary assessment of the damage, and at least physical damage is estimated at 100 billion, and as example for agriculture, it's already nearly 4 billion. For commerce and industry, around $10 billion US, and this only refers to damage, but not overall losses or reconstruction needs, which will be much higher. So to say, I mean, this will require an increase in private sector financing and high attraction of local and foreign direct investment. And Ukraine National Recovery Plan, which was presented in Lugano conference a week ago, actually outlines EU integration and access to markets and access to finance as major enablers of economic recovery. The EU has been actively supporting Ukrainian government, business, and local communities. So under EU for Business framework, we have been keen to further enhance or support and basically to repurpose it, you know, to address immediate needs, you know, supporting business, relocating internally displaced people, persons who want to start business and similar. And as colleagues from the NBU and EBRD already said before me, trade did not stop. However, it is very substantially hindered as Ukrainian Azov and Black Sea ports are blocked by the Russian aggression actions. So this used to handle around 90% of Ukrainian exports. So therefore, I mean, we as Commission and the EU, we see as key priority to support Ukraine on agriculture production and enabling these agri-food exports. I mean, this is also a very important part of the foreign revenues. The EU has published and proposed so-called solidarity lanes in May, which, you know, actually an action plan which would ensure Ukraine can export grain and also import goods which are needed from humanitarian aid to animal feed and fertilizers. So just to share the latest achievement that we actually reached around half of the monthly grain exports using these alternative routes and mainly, you know, via the EU member state and Moldova, you know, that was used to be shipped via the ports. Moreover, the Commission also proposed and suspended import duties on all Ukrainian exports to the EU. This is suspension for 1 year, and also includes EU anti-dumping and safeguard measures on steel exports. This is an unprecedented gesture from the EU to support Ukraine, and the measures already entered into force in June. We also finalized negotiations on an agreement with Ukraine on road transport and liberalizing the conditions for Ukrainian truck drivers. Also some very good news, I think it happened this week, that Ukraine has been invited to join the Common Transit Convention and the computerized system of NCTS. And hopefully the procedures and approval by the states in this convention can be finalized by the end of 2022. It is very important to design mechanism in the recovery period that would support private sector and access to resources for productive investment and trade finance. Value chain integration with EU business is a major structural change of the Ukrainian economy that will be accelerated. And this is also very important in view that, you know, the European Council on the 23rd of June actually recognized Ukraine's European perspective and granted it a candidate country status. As an important example, the trade facilitation program of EBRD is precisely such mechanism which supports cross-border trade and provides support and guarantees to exporters and importers. It is highly important now that this revolving facility will generate substantial financial resources as it facilitates business in very complex and uncertain environment. I'm very much looking forward to today's presentations on various aspects of trade finance and factoring, a much needed discussion on the way forward in this area and during times of war. And I would like to reiterate EU's commitment to support Ukrainian SMEs and government in these difficult times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. KIELYTE. Your words not only music to our ears, but also a very good guidance for us where to go and how to support our clients in trade and how to make trade finance even more efficient in these hard times. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your welcoming word, and please enjoy the conference. We are sure you will hear today many encouraging messages from our community, how Ukraine is ready to come over these difficulties and win. It is now my pleasure to come to our next welcome opening speech, and this is very special guest, Olena Korobkova. She is head of the Council of Independent Association of Banks of Ukraine. We are long-term partners. Our trade finance task force was always enjoying good support from association, and of course Olena Korobkova will be a representative of very clutched community of Ukrainian banks, which is also very important for us to maintain economy at this moment. Welcome, Olena Korobkova.
Thank you very much, Vladyslav. Dear colleagues, dear partners, good morning. With your permission, my welcome speech will be in Ukrainian. Тож, доброго ранку, колеги, дякую, що долучилися. Факторинг – це тема дуже важлива на часі, адже процитую нашого президента, відбудова України – це не тільки про те, що треба робити потім, після нашої перемоги, але й про те, що треба робити саме в цей час, робити вже зараз. Тож факторинг – це саме про те. Якщо дивитися до статистики, звернутися, то наприкінці травня в нас Частка підприємств, які повністю припинили діяльність, становила 14%, скоротила виробництво більше ніж половину, 22%. Так як в довоєнному часі працює майже чверть компаній, які переважно розташовані на Західній Україні. Тому нам потрібно відновлюватися, а що для цього потрібно? Звичайна відповідь дуже проста, потрібен факторинг. І він може дуже нам допомогти, тому що в договорі факторингу може бути як фізична, так і юридична особа. Факторинг застосовується щодо будь-яких торгових операцій, за яких виникає відкладене грошове зобов'язання. Звичайно, сьогодні факторинг може допомогти нам подолати кризу. В той самий час ми можемо використовувати цю кризу, аби розвинути необхідний і в мирні часи інструмент фінансування. Факторинг в звичайному, в цивілізованому світі дуже добре працює, однак в Україні факторинг більше сприймається як явище, яке полягає в продажі проблемних боргів. І це, скажімо так, це треба змінювати і розбудовувати нормальний класичний факторинг. Звичайно, що там у нас є кілька банків, які дуже активно працюють в цьому. Один з крупних гравців – це Пумп. І, звичайно, що за 2019 рік обсяг класичних факторингових операцій в Україні становив близько 0,5% в ВВП. Наприклад, в Туреччині це складає майже там 5%, в Польщі майже 10%. Тобто нам є куди спрямовувати наші зусилля. Звичайно, що мені дуже приємно, що Національний банк за ініціативи якраз НАБУ і УАТФ включив торговий факторинг до стратегії розвитку фінансового сектору до 2025 року. І, як кажуть спортивні коментатори, що це вже вагома заявка на успіх. З огляду на підтверджений практичний досвід Національного банку в реалізації стратегічних реформ, а також на наш позитивний досвід співпраці з регулятором. Тож я вірю в те, що він запрацює і буде дуже успішним. Оновлення законодавчої бази, регуляторної бази, запровадження інформаційно-технологічної платформи, консолідація критичної маси учасників ринку якраз навколо прозорих і справедливих правил в цьому, це все сприйматиме в розвитку ринку факторингу і водночас для відновлення нашої економіки. Є перешкоди, але я впевнена, що ми їх подолаємо, тож працюємо, і зараз це дуже потрібно. Слава Україні! Дякую.
Героям слава! Дякуємо, пані Олено. Thank you very much. We are glad to hear these inspiring words at the beginning of our conference. So, dear colleagues, we thank all our honored speakers. We have received a very good kickstart for our conference, and now we come to the next part of our event. We dedicate this part to overview of the results of Ukrainian banking market, trade finance market in the previous year and what has changed over the first quarter of this year. You have seen the program on the conference, we have ahead of us 3 parts, and these parts are logically divided into certain information which is grouped around key topics. First, we see the results, status quo, and changes on the market. Then in the second part, we will see how Ukraine can overcome the difficulties of the present time. Then we go next to solutions, how we will receive help, how we already receive help from different parts of the market of international community, and those instruments will be presented in our second big part of the event after the coffee break, virtual coffee break. So now we come closer to the facts of the market. We welcome our master of data, Andrii Zlenko, who has prepared for us a presentation on figures of the market so we can clearly understand what's going on. Andrii, you're welcome.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to present brief statistics of the Ukrainian trade finance market. Vladyslav, can you start this? Yeah. And next slide, the first slide. On the first slide, we see a trade finance portfolio of Ukrainian banks from the beginning of 2021 to the end of the first quarter of 2022. Upon trade finance, we mean issued guarantees, aval of promissory notes, issued letters of credit, and factoring. The total portfolio of trade finance is about $3.2 billion. The main part takes guarantees with a share of 78%. Here we can see a sustainable growth of the portfolio in hryvnia during the analyzed period, with a slight decrease in the first quarter of 2022, which is typical to some extent for this period of a year. Despite this, the growth is 27% by the first quarter of 2021. Next slide. The trade finance portfolio without factoring is about $3 billion. The main players in this market is state-owned Ukrgasbank and Ukreximbank, private Ukrainian, First Ukrainian International Bank, and International Raiffeisen. Top three banks show increase significantly above the market, which led to moving down of Raiffeisen from second place to fourth. And next slide. Next slide. Only mid-size, previous. Only mid-size Globus and RVS Bank go up faster than top three, thanks to the lower base. At the same time, some banks from top 20 demonstrate negative dynamics, such as private PIFDN or International Crédit Agricole, or even leave the market, like Prominvest Bank with Russian shareholders, which had a decent TF portfolio at the beginning of 2021 and was liquidated by the NBU. Next slide. On this slide, we discover a factoring portfolio separately from trade finance. The total volume is about $180 million. And for at least 5 years, First Ukrainian International Bank has been the undisputed leader with a market share about 50%. Top 20 banks here are all that provide factoring among of 70 operating Ukrainian banks. And next slide.
Excuse me, Andrii, I would like to check. We have heard from some participants that they don't see a presentation. Could we receive confirmation from the audience that
I can
presentation
see.
Is being seen? Okay, okay. We now have confirmation, so we continue. Thank you, Andrii.
So
next slide. Yes.
Next slide. But the list of these banks is not steady. Some banks have recently entered the factoring market, such as Ukreximbank, Globus, Agroprosperis Bank. Some banks are gradually shrinking their portfolio. Ukreximbank, which used to be a pacemaker a decade ago, Alpha Bank, and Credit Dnipro. Nevertheless, factoring is one of the fastest growing TF instruments at a rate about 40% in a year. Thus, the performance of the PTF portfolio in the first quarter of 2022 still looks promising, even after March, the first complete months of full-scale and provoked Russian aggression against Ukraine. Next slide. This is promising until we look at the turnover of trade and finance. Unfortunately, this dramatic downfall on the March, both for trade, finance, and factoring, discloses a severe shock to the Ukrainian TF market caused by the war. Operations were almost totally suspended or restricted by the NBU. And on the next slide, we can see the same situation at factoring volumes also. Totally, the situation is gradually recovering, and I believe we will see it in statistics of the second quarter. And here on the next slide is the last couple of slides with macroeconomic overview of pre-war Ukraine. We compare 2019 and 2021 and see mainly positive double-digit growth in domestic and international trade, banking assets, and almost doubled trade finance on the bottom of this slide. But according to European experience, Ukraine has a huge potential for the development of this market, approximately from 3.2 to 15 billion US dollars portfolio, even compared to our closest neighbors, which we can see on the next slide, comparison with Turkey and Poland. So we believe in perspective of factoring and trade finance, believe in our victory. Slava Ukraini. This is it.
Thank you, Andrii. We appreciate your presentation, however concise and short and smart it is. We will share with all our guests these figures for more thorough analysis. And overall outcome of these figures, of course, is that Ukrainian trade finance was and will be on the good track for growth together with Ukrainian trade. And we will catch up with the huge volumes of exports and imports as soon as we solve the problem of the war. We will invest a lot in the development of trade finance to make our life of our clients more efficient, more safe, to make trade our highlight on the globe. And how we will do it and how we are feeling it, we would like to ask questions to our participants of the next roundtable. We invite our honored panelists from the banks who are leaders of trade finance market. So it's my pleasure to invite our first guest, Gennady Khilemsky. And Gennady, you are first to answer these two questions. What were the drivers of the growth of your business in 2021, and how do you see the key challenges at the moment? You're welcome.
Thank you a lot for the excellent questions. Right, thank you for the organizing such an excellent event.
Excuse me, Gennady, could you please turn down a bit the volume because it's overwhelming. Thank you.
Right now as well?
Probably a bit
better.
Lighter. It's like a thunder. I understand it's the nature of your voice, but also it's necessary to understand what you're speaking.
Well, first of all, we have managed to have a very successful cooperation with our international partners, commercial banks and IFIs, and first of all, the EBRD, right? Secondly, we have skilled the bank to sell those products quite efficiently among the clients. And it makes our life as a department much more easier. And the third issue was to educate and support like operational department to make those products more available for the clients. And I think those were the three key factors for the success of the last year.
Could you more elaborate on the sectors of Ukrainian economy that you are servicing? What are the key areas where trade finance is successful?
Well, it is quite surprising, but we have been concentrating on the critical imports even before they have been named as a critical imports. So we have concentrated on the fuels, on natural gas, on the raw materials. We had also a number of operations in the green sector, but most of our operations have been in those critical sectors for our economy, even before the war outbreak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I may, one word about your current outlook. Where do you see the key solution to maintain trade finance in this hard time?
Well, we de facto have not significantly decreased our operations. We have switched and we have made the operational basis more streamlined. Thanks to the internal capabilities, we are able, due to the agile structure, we have been able to maintain the full operational capabilities since the first day of the outbreak of the war. Well, the secondary issue was to maintain our critical relations with EBRD and commercial banks. And I have to admit that their support was actually essential, especially in the first phase and the critical phase in the March and April. And due to those critical factors, we have been able to support our clients, to support the new deals, to maintain the operational functionality of the clients with the old deals. And those factors have been very critical. Moreover, I see that due to the agile structure of the bank, we have been able to do a very streamlined operations for our clients, and therefore we have been there in every situation which they had, and they had the very many difficult and very urgent situations. Even nowadays, it appears that we have to ask our partners, doesn't matter, I5s or the commercial banks in Europe, to support us very urgently, and I see that the response is there. So those internal and external factors have been very critical for us and very important. And actually, due to those factors, we have been able to do around 5 billion hryvnias in new operations since the outbreak of the war, and we have been able to support our existing client bases and the new client bases, even, I think, faster and easier than before.
Thank you. Thank you. That is great to hear that one of the leaders of Ukrainian trade finance is keeping operations alive and even growing in some aspects. So thank you. And I give the floor to our next speaker, guests from Ukreximbank, Dmytro Ozil. Dmytro, you are welcome. Please comment what were the drivers of trade finance in Ukreximbank in 2021.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Vladyslav. I would like to focus your attention on some key points, important key points. I would like to say that we tried to compare uncomparable periods. I mean the period before the 24th of February and after the 24th of February. If we say the period before the 21st of February, we can say that it was a stable economy, it was a high level of business activity. We had the growth of all types of trade finance products. The year of the 21st year was extremely successful for Ukreximbank. And but if we say about the period after the 21st of February, We have the dramatic decrease in economy. We have decrease of all types of trade finance products. We have the restriction imposed by the authorities and so on. But I would like to focus also your attention on the role of international finance organizations like EBRD, IFC, which supports Ukrainian banks in terms of trade finance products in confirming our instruments. And we are very much grateful and appreciate their support. But I would like to say that we need more support. We need more support in terms of pricing, in terms of duration of the operations. We need to change the rates of products to be covered by these organizations, because you know that now we import, Ukrainian need import not only civilian products, but also military products, and this a big problem. So so we should, maybe we should to change some policies in this regard. But nevertheless, we hope, all of us hope that the war will stop, and it will stop in the nearest future. We hope for this, and it will begin the recovery of our economy and all business activities in all spheres. And we expect the increase of import operations, because we need it for rebuild our country, and also we expect the increase of export because of the some privileges opened for Ukraine from the side of European Union, and perhaps a lot of Ukrainian exporters will make use of these privileges. So we hope for the best, and glory to Ukraine and glory to our heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmitro. You're absolutely right. We really see certain limitations in existing rules, in existing frameworks of the global programs of trade support, as Ukraine now is not the regular country with standard needs. It is a very peculiar country with peculiar needs. So we hope that the voice of Ukrainian trade finance community will be heard, and we will see some changes and adjustments both in those tenors and amounts, but also in some policies that would allow Ukrainian companies to import so much needed and essential goods for our victory. Thank you.
Can I add one more thing? I would like to also thanks to National Bank of Ukraine, which hear our banking community and improve some policies as to restrictions of the operations, and it's really great pleasure for us.
Exactly. We will dedicate a special part of our event today to show how this dialogue was evolving. And now I give the floor to our good colleague Serhyi Raiffeisen Bank to hear what were the drivers for Raiffeisen Bank and international banks as a whole, because yes, we have more or less a common nature of trade finance in this segment of the market. Serhyi, you're welcome. We don't hear you, excuse me. We definitely heard your voice before the start of the conference. Could we ask engineer to check?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we hear you. Yes, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hopefully it works finally. Dear participants, dear fellow co-panelists, good morning to everyone. It's a big honor and pleasure being here today with you. And of course, thanks a lot for Andrii, who brought a really nice snapshot what happened previous year and what's going on in the country, and in particular in trade finance area this year which is definitely not the year as normal year, as common year. It's totally different circumstances and environment we are living in. Previous year actually was very good for Raiffeisen and for international banks in the country. It's not visible, clearly visible from the snapshots here, but the one important thing is the industries where the international banks are really active. And one of the key area of concentration of the international bank in trade finance products in the country is agriculture, all types of agriculture business, which in other words is reflected in seasonality. So at the beginning of the year, we definitely see the bottom figures of the trade finance portfolio. In the middle of the year, June, for instance, the portfolio grows drastically in all international banks. In terms of the growth itself, we are happy to see the growth, which was even faster compared to the GDP and to the cross-border trade. So this is pretty good result for the last year. I would like also to stress attention to the red thin line on the Andrii's presentation, where the products are splitted, which is named aval of promissory notes or promissory notes itself. This is a speciality of Ukrainian market. Actually, I would say I would describe it in a different way. This is a way how to support local distribution of the imported goods in the country. And this speciality is caused by the way how the producer of the goods, who are able and eager to provide finance to the end buyers, found a perfect instrument which fits to the supply chain they have. Actually, the producer imports the goods into the country, then sell it to the distributors, who sell it to the enormous number of the farmers. And promissory notes being on the one side as mean of the security, form of the security, type of the securities. On the other hand, if promissory notes or bills of exchange is avalized, it becomes payment, it receives a payment guarantee on top of it. So it becomes an unfunded trade finance product, which could easily be turned into the funded product in a way of discounted promissory notes or bills of exchange. So it's a pretty nice, flexible product, which also have a seasonality, because the area where these products are typically used, this is agriculture. That's why we have a growth starting in March, which ends up approximately in June, July. And then we have a repayment of the all obligations from the farmers, approximately mid of October, November. That's why the line at the beginning of the year becomes thinner, and then it goes bigger, 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 and then New Year comes. This year we definitely had different challenges which affected this particular product. But as I have also an honor and some time to talk about to talk more about the challenges, I will spend a bit more time later today dedicated to this specific product and challenges.
Yes, thank you, Serhyi. That's, of course, will be very, very awaited by our audience, and we will give you the floor later. You are right to mention that with introduction of this instrument of avalizing of promissory notes and discounting of promissory notes, Ukrainian trade finance market has displayed a kind of level of sophistication that not in every market, in every country is working, particularly in this area. And yes, we will continue to make our market even more developed, more sophisticated in our successful future. So I give now the floor to the next speakers, and these are guests from First Ukrainian International Bank, leaders of the factoring market. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues and partners, it's an honor for me to represent the largest commercial Ukrainian bank, First Ukrainian International Bank, in terms of trade finance of factoring business, and participate in the discussion with my colleagues from TF Society. No, really, it should be not that 2021 was successful for our bank and the whole Ukrainian trade finance market. Let me present some brief statistics of the fee performance in TF. As of 1st of January 2022, FIP was ranked third in Ukraine in terms of documentary operations volume of 12.1 Ukrainian billion, with a market share of about 9%. We got to this position from the 6th place during the last year. Our turnover volume of trade finance deals amount to 14.5 Ukrainian billion in 2021. Speaking of the breakdown of domestic and foreign TF instrument, approximately 1/3 of the volume falls on the internal market, and 2/3 were issued to or received to promote the external trade. It should be noted that FIP conducts trade finance operations with counterparties involved all over the world, our European and Asian countries. We make efforts to support clients from different industries. Thought we may distinguish our result in energy sector, trade, engine, aircraft, and road construction, and pharmaceuticals. The above results were achieved due to a combination of different factors, both internal and external. Internal drivers are as follows. The bank has chosen trade finance as its focus business area. We achieved more effective cooperation and interaction between our TF department and main business units in our bank. We conduct the continuous trainings for managers, individual trainings, presentation, and consultation for our clients. Among external drivers, we may emphasize the following. Possession of clean trade finance limit with European banks, as well as with Asian and African financial institutions. The bank has worked continuously and systematically on improving of its partnership with foreign banks during the last year. Highly competitive environment. Thank you, Ukrgasbank, Ukreximbank, Raiffeisen, and qualified colleagues from other Ukrainian banks that motivates for our continuous improvements. One of the crucial factors is a high level of trust from our active and new clients. We assume that 2022 would have been even more outstanding if no active war, of course, phase started in February. Current situation has changed the market conditions dramatically. In particular, the risk approach of our foreign partners bank. We understand that risks are quite high to accept to support the economy, promote trade, and maintain trade financing. We need backup from the foreign banks and international financial institutions, such as the EBRD and IFC. At the moment, the EBRD TFP doesn't cover, unfortunately, Ukrainian commercial banks, only state and foreign commercial ones. We suggest our estimate representative from the EBRD to consider the possibilities of the program in this regard in order to cover more sectors like SME, like medium clients, more clients and to make the additional invaluable contribution during these difficult times. If we speak about factoring market, it's necessary to say that the results were good as well for all markets. The market grew for 67% and reached a volume of 6.2 billion Ukrainian hryvnias as of 1st of January 2022. No, we take a significant share in the market with a stake of 56% and portfolio of 3.5 billion hryvnias. Our bank financed about 14.5 billion Ukrainian hryvnias of factoring deals in 2021. The number of accredited debtors and debtor groups is more than 70. The number of suppliers who work under the factoring financing exists 1,000. It should be noted that there are no limitations in terms of industry's affiliation, as deferred payment is applied in all spheres and sectors. At FIP, factoring is mostly used by suppliers, being trading companies about 46%, manufacturing is about 24%, service providers about 12%. The combination of driving factors that helped us to achieve sustainable growth is as follows. Together with TF factoring has become one of the focus products at FIP, and we accumulate efforts of different business units to develop and support its sales. We work continuously on the factoring process optimization. We all know and understand that a bank could hardly increase its factoring portfolio significantly without an effective and modern process. For instance, there are more than 1,000 reducers with several invoices per each for the monthly factoring turnover. Along with such a progress, there are some issues which restrain the development base. There is a low level of the awareness about factoring possibilities and advantages. Only a couple of banks in Ukraine promote the product actively, and the legislative regulation on factoring operations in Ukraine is insufficient. There is only the civil code which regulates it and which includes the financing of trade operations and the assignment of assets to the factoring definition. Unfortunately, the second type indicates is more known with the market.
Thank you, Serhyi. You're right, you're absolutely right. These are very essential problems of the market, but still you overcome these difficulties, and I would like to pose the last question to you. For you as a leader of factoring market, do you see or do you feel that you have reached certain ceiling, that your development of this product is sufficient, or you also see some prospects in this area?
Vladyslav, we are in game if we speak about the factoring, and now we trying to find new debtors, new clients, and we'll continue.
Great to hear it. So we are together with you hoping for growth like tenfolds of this market. So we invite our international partners to look closely at this development, and of course Ukrainian factoring market will surprise you in future periods of time when we will report our successes. You will see more equal distribution of these volumes among other banks, but of course we will see here much bigger volumes in terms of amounts.
Yeah, so, really, we need a good company in this market, and we want to see strong competition in this market because we think it helps to develop all market in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, with such partners, with such challengers, we are definitely going for success in all aspects and for all the banks. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this roundtable. Of course, in the Global Congress Hall, it's not that visible that we are sitting around the table and exchange views. It is more like speeches, but still we are feeling the elbow of each other. So we understand that we are a cohesive team that is working to develop this market. And yes, please join us, not only domestic banks, but international banks. Please be part of our cohesive efforts for development of this market. Now we are coming to the next speaker, and we open the second part, how Ukrainian market faces war and how we overcome the difficulties. The first speaker in this section is Serhyi Savchuk, Director of Department for Methodology of Regulation of Non-Banking Financial Institutions at the National Bank of Ukraine. Pane Serhyi,
hello.
Serhyi, you're welcome.
Vladyslav, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure and also an honor for me to participate in today's very remarkable event. So I would like to deliver a presentation regarding the role of the National Bank of Ukraine in the course of reform of regulations of trade finance and factoring. So I would like to share a screen.
I have stopped sharing my screen, so please share yours. We see it.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start.
Just launch the is it PDF?
You do not see, yeah? It's
no, we see it, but you can increase it to the whole screen. It's just necessary to start the slideshow on the bottom of the page.
So,
yes, that's great. Now it's visible much better. And now please switch on your microphone because you are mute. Serhyi, we don't hear you. Please switch on your microphone.
I'm sorry. Serhyi was called for an urgent meeting, so I will catch up from here.
Alexei, yes, yeah. You're welcome.
One second. So this is a presentation on our regulatory support of non-bank trade financing, and as it was mentioned, national banks aims to implement regulations in order to improve the ability of non-banking financial sector to offer modern trade financial instruments to the market. And in this area, on the non-bank financial service market, we see export credit agency and factoring companies to be having best potential to provide that growth and that development. And for the factoring market, earlier we have published the white paper and developed and published white paper on our vision of development for factoring companies, which includes steps like improving access to source of funding, simplifying market authorization, eliminating certain uncertainties that have accumulated in the factoring regulations overall. And partly we have made certain steps to achieve those goals, like the new law on financial services and financial companies that was mentioned earlier, that will come in force in 2024, which extends the potential sources of funding for factoring companies, so they will be able to raise funding in any form from owners and affiliated parties, loans from financial service providers in any form from international financial institutions, and also from so-called qualified investors. So this would be natural or legal persons that qualify the requirements set by the NBU, and they can provide subordinated or non-interest bearing loans to financial companies. So this will potentially will help to this market to grow. And also the strategy for development of financial sector was mentioned, which includes the reform of the factoring regulation, and the consent paper is being worked now by NBU, and so the main areas where we see that got into attention that we see the reform is needed is to draw a clear line between factoring and dealing with non-performing loans to ensure the development of classic trade factoring market, as it was like the focus of our white paper. The protection of the customer's right to establish the rules of fair market and surprising compliance with the rules on factoring, on market of factoring, and removing legal hurdles for diligent and proper factoring business that exist in current civil law. So the modern, more actual and modern factoring instruments can be offered to the market, like supply chain finance and disclosed factoring and other forms of factoring that can be beneficial for our companies. And another major step that was already taken, that the licensing rules for non-bank financial institutions were revised, and the new regulation in this area was published, which also aimed into optimizing the process of market authorization for factoring companies. So it allowed for simultaneous registration of applicant with state registry of financial institution and issuing a license. So it's no longer a two-step process. Both steps can be made simultaneously, unlike regulation that existed earlier. The list of documents required for license has been optimized, and it was permitted not to provide documents that are already in possession of NBU from earlier submissions, for example. So we hope that it will simplify the market access for companies that want to start trade factoring businesses in Ukraine. Another point of growth for trade financing in the non-bank market is, of course, export credit agency. So, according to the law, it should stimulate the development of exports, and including by the ways of providing financing trade of export companies. And next year, the new wording of the law comes into force, which changes the rules of operation for a car. So we will become the supervisor and regulator for the export credit agency, and it will extend the list of services that the agency can provide to the exporters. And we are actively working on new regulations to allow for new trade finance instruments to be developed and brought to market. And also trade financing takes an important place in the Ukraine recovery plan that was recently published by government, and it includes a number of projects aimed at the development of trade financing services within its program to ensure competitive access to funding component. So it includes the buyer financing program, licensing financing programs for small and medium enterprises, exporters together with the export agency, factoring development. So we hope that these programs will provide additional benefit and growth for market of trade factoring and trade finance overall. So thank you for your attention. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Alexei, so much. Really, it is very important to show that even in the war times, the National Bank regulator is thinking about the perspective. And now, among visitors of our conference, I'm sure there are banks who have their factoring companies present in many promising markets. So if you have not yet thought about opening your factoring company in Ukraine, it's now time to put a mark on your page, and you know that regulatory access is open for you. We see that export credit agency will play a role that usually is played by export credit agencies in many countries to ensure these risks. And it's unbelievable, but dear colleagues, the Export Credit Agency of Ukraine, that was not created for 30 years, was created during the time of lockdown and is building its activity in the war times. That really makes Ukraine a very special country in the financial markets and in the culture of development. That's almost incredible, but it is a fact. So thank you, Alexei, for highlighting these important notes, and we, together with National Bank, will work further on development of this sector of financial market. And now I'm giving the floor again to Serhyi Kostogriz. Now we would like to talk about the challenges and how we overcome them in the regulatory area and in general in trade finance practices. So now, as I have already told to my colleagues when they asked how this conference should be understood and what messages we should pass, my standard reply was, it's like a TED talk. We have to inspire our listeners. With some presentations, we probably somehow balance between webinars and inspiring speeches. Now, Serhyi, the floor is yours for the pure TED talk on Ukrainian trade finance market. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, I will not be treated as the person who brings challenges to the market. I will just simply talk about them and
Exactly.
try to maybe present them in a more structural way. And I would like to start with the physics, with the simply physical challenges. As soon as we are talking about the trade, as soon as we're talking about the trade finance, and if anyone would bring what is the challenge which relates to the physical movement of the goods, I would definitely assume 100% feedback would be logistics. And logistics create enormous challenge for trade in Ukraine. Access to the seaports. Ukrainians with the global community are doing the perfect job now, talking and trying to solve the access to the seaports and reopening the sea routes. Second thing, this is actually the narrow gauge railway to wider railway in Ukraine. In addition to it, the capacity of the railways, of the customs, actually how many volumes of goods may be processed and pass the borders. The capacity, that's something which we are jointly working together now to set up in new terminals, to set up new facilities which enable us to smoothly change the means of transportation of the goods which are going out from Ukraine or coming into Ukraine. I'm talking about the physical movement of the goods rather than the services which are not affected. And now, second dimension which I would like to bring to you, this is the challenge also related to the physical challenges. This is the correspondence. In normal world, the trade finance has also a different definition, or the plain vanilla trade finance products are also commonly known as the documentary operations, where the banks operate with the documents rather than with the goods and services. And if we're talking about the documents, the challenge which we're facing as bankers, as the experts, professionals, that's actually how to get documents delivered to Ukraine and then out of Ukraine. Courier services simply either put on hold delivery of the documents or offered a kind of solution, but in very, very limited way. Just to bring you an example, and that's positive, most probably example, a lot of people starting from the 24th of February changed their place of living. They migrated mostly to the western part of Ukraine, but some people migrated further to the west, to EU, to other states. And those people now helping us to get documents delivered to Ukraine from EU, because they are simply returning to the country, bringing the documents where they kept there in EU, and then bringing physically documents here. That's the way how it works now. So we actually somehow try to manage to substitute the absence, the services which we get used to receive from the other companies. Third dimension, which I would never think about before the 24th of February. This is bills of exchange. Bills of exchange in Ukraine are a bit more regulated compared to the globally expected practice, in a way that form of the bills of exchange is specifically designed. It should be printed somewhere in the specific polygraphy production. And actually, all the bills of exchange are in documentary form. So all of them are physically in paper form, to make it simple. In order to sign the bill of exchange, the two authorized persons from the company should put their signature on it. Starting from the 24th of February, with migration of the population all over Ukraine, signatories from the company might easily be located in different cities, regions of Ukraine. I didn't have a personal experience where the signatory was located outside of Ukraine, but I could well imagine that could be a viable situation. In other words, in order to make a bill of exchange signed, the paper should travel all around Ukraine. Then it should return for the avalization to the bank, where the signatories might also be located in different cities. And that's the travel of the paper physically affected the speed of processing or providing of the trade finance solutions to the market. And if I already started talking about the regulation, I would try to move to the second part of my TED talks, which is called regulatory activity, regulatory environment. And in regulatory environment, I would like to bring you an example of UATFF activities. This is not something new which we are facing with. We always try to bring to the market something, some new products with new features which really fits the needs. And one of the example which we brought last year jointly with the Ukrainian Grain Association, this is the guarantee performance bond with a specific feature which helps to ensure that the forward contracts in grain trade will be performed in timely manner, and the performance will not be affected by the commodities price fluctuation on the global markets. That's a brilliant example of the strategy which we jointly created with the Grain Association and implemented. But unfortunately, starting from the second part of the February, in order to set up the priorities, we shifted from the strategy approach to the strategy direction, which is implemented by the interactual short-term activities and steps. And priorities are defined each and every day, each and every week within the community. And I'm really grateful for the regulators, where we have a really effective, open, frank dialogue, where we listen and hear each other. One of the examples, this is National Securities and Stock Market Commission. They issued a regulation at the beginning of the war, which prevented circulation of borrowing securities or debt securities. That was also the purpose. Actually, the regulation met the purpose. But the problem which was affected, which we faced, or the challenge which we faced, actually the bill of exchange is also a type of the debt security, and it was affected by that regulation. It took a time to talk to the commission, and then regulation was shifted, fixed. Second example, Mr. Nikolaichuk perfectly rightly described during the welcome speech the situation which National Bank were facing during the day one of war, and actually the actions. Aim of first step, this is to fight against panic. And during the first day, regulations were, several regulations were issued. Among them, there was a regulation which refers to the banking sector's activities permitted during the wartime or martial law time. This is famously known by the number of 18. All the bankers in Ukraine, domestic bankers, perfectly know the numbers. And our correspondent banks abroad, who also faced some unpredictable feedbacks from the Ukrainians, also knows this number. And actually, in the regulation number 18, what's the beauty is, it's quite simple. It's quite simple in a way that there are areas which is definitely no-go. That's something which relates, or anything which relates to the Russia and Belarus. It's simply no-go. And in a wider sense of the definition of the Russia and Belarus participant to the transaction, it's not simply party to the trade contract where we have a buyer and a seller. It wider definition, it includes also UBOs of the party. It includes the parties for the ongoing contracts which precedes or follows this trade flow. And in a sense, it increased a bit more KYC process on our side. So we are questioning much more questions to our customers. And we used to that starting from, for the last almost 9 years, we did that in a way. Now it's even more questionable for the customer, much more questions are raised there. Second thing, this is a trade finance. Cross-border payments. They were at the beginning limited to critical imports, and thanks again, Mr. Nikolaichuk, for bringing this topic. Actually, the list of the critical imports was always evolving and extended to a way that it covered majority of the imports to the country. And now, for the last couple of days, we're enjoying having no barriers or restrictions in terms of the goods imported. So there is no list of the critical imports for the goods, only for the services. Second, trade finance products, they were also linked to the, based on the nature, abstract nature and irrevocable nature of the majority of the trade finance products. All those products which were issued before the war, they must be, there should be an option to process with the payment, to get the claim for the guarantee, which actually the current situation, number of the claims increased, and to affect the payment. That's why the regulations foresees that all the transactions which were issued before the war, there are no restrictions to perform under them. But new transactions could be payable only for the critical imports, which is not the case now as the restriction as well. That's a brilliant example of the dialogue. We also follows, we hear what the regulator says, we understand what stands behind that. And our role as the bankers is to deliver that message to our customers. On the other hand, if something doesn't work perfectly right, we bring it to the regulator and discuss it openly, frankly. Third, most probably one of the important things, this is a risk appetite. I would call it risk appetite. Well, I'm in position to call it as I like. Risk appetite split by two dimensions. This is the internal risk appetite of the local bankers to take the risk towards the local customers. War borders are moving. Second, beauty of actually one of the advantage of current situation. Customers just removed the masks. They are too lazy to move the mask. Now we understand who behave in which way. And that's quite open. We can see that the customers who want to perform under their obligations, they do it. We have customers even now located in Kherson who do repay the loans in hryvnia. We know that in Kherson, rubles and hryvnias are equal now, and it's even more problematic to grab hryvnia. We also faced the banking sector situation that customers located in Kiev somewhere in May declared, guys, we have a force majeure in the country. Here is the regulation confirming that there is a force majeure in the country. We can't perform. And the case of the force majeure is something incredible here. Just to make it clear, absence of the cost on the current account of the customer is not the situation of the force majeure, and this won't work. The force majeure can't be partial. I mean, if force majeure prevents me to perform the payment obligation, for instance, towards company A, and it says nothing about company B, it's not a force majeure. It's just a plain with the papers, and that's a behavioral thing. We now, as the bankers, are much better understand who is reliable customers based on the real track record we have now. On the other side, risk appetite for Ukraine, for the supportive side. Guys, we're located in the country with the active war actions. And actually, when the war actions were so drastically evolving in February, situation or risk appetite from abroad changed accordingly. All the banks just closed the green lines for Ukraine. And here, I would really say, try to describe the role of the IFI, CBRD, IFC here, in a sentence like, historic days seem so ordinary when you live them. And that's the way how EBRD and IFC acted, especially during first weeks. They simply do what the purpose of the program is. They supported the bankers, the companies in the country doing their daily job. And that's really wonderful. It's really was so supportive. Day one, day two, we did receive processed new transactions. We didn't stop there. Yeah, we had a limitation. I'm talking about the limits and challenges. And I wouldn't.
Yes, Serhyi, one of the limits is the limit of time. So
I'm mindful about the time. And
thank you.
But still, some limits. This is tenors. At the very beginning, tenors supported were limited, shortened. Before the February, we might even apply for the transactions up to 5 years for intra-group. For intra-regional trade, for instance. So that's just an example, but tenors were shortened. And sometimes they were shortened that they didn't even fit the actual trade flows. We had a brilliant example of the trade where the COVID impacted the Chinese ports and the way how they delivered the goods, the speed how they delivered the goods to Ukraine. Then with the war, it's added in additional couple of weeks how the goods delivered from EU to Ukraine. And the tenors which were available at the very beginning sometimes didn't fit those transactions. Second, I'm really grateful. The same story here as with the regulator. We are in constant dialogue with IFIs, with the BRD and IFC, and we listen to each other. And that's tenors are extended. Now the tenors are longer. Is it enough? Most probably, for majority cases, it's enough. But if you would be talking about the letters of credit as the transactional product, it definitely will fit to majority of the products. But back to the statistics Andrii showed previously, you notice that almost 80% of our market, the cross-border business, is in guarantees rather than the letters of credit. And guarantees have a beauty that actually the customer doesn't change the traditional payment flow and documents flow. So actually they trade within the limits set up for the specific buyer, which is secured by a guarantee. And it's much easier, even from the operational point of view, to have a 1-year guarantee, for instance, and then the customer do the business on a regular basis. So that's a discussion which we have, and we will continue talking. We will bring new challenges to discuss, because that's a really great chance to talk to each other. And we use these challenges as the opportunity to talk to each other. Type of the goods supported. In addition to the one which we had from the regulator, we had also the type of goods which treated by critical imports, but by the IFIs who support it. I think we might also consider extending that. And that's something which we are working on. And to sum up my TED talks, you know what helps? That actually the open dialogue. Please, we need to talk to each other. If anything goes wrong or unexpectedly, just raise a hand and say, Serhyi, mind the time. And I will be
Serhyi, it's me.
I'm done. Many thanks for the chance to talk here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for highlighting these important issues. And really, the open dialogue is very important. Probably we should organize this dialogue with international financial community more often, because the messages are many, the messages are encouraging, and therefore we have to be online, we have to be in touch. Now, I would like to build a small bridge from your conversation about the lifeline that we have received from EBRD to EBRD itself, and I invite Irina Tian, the principal banker and trade facilitation program, to say from the first person what EBRD is thinking about this situation.
Thank you, Vladyslav, and thank you, Serhyi. Thank you, all our Ukrainian partner banks, colleagues, friends. Indeed, you know, we have an open dialogue, so we in a constant contact with our partner banks, so we hear their challenges, and they see that we are flexible. We try to accommodate as much as we can. And well, I will start that it is my great pleasure to speak at this webinar that we jointly organized with the Ukrainian Alliance of Trade Finance and Factoring. This is the first webinar that we organized together, though we've been in discussion quite a long time on different areas of developing trade finance and factoring in Ukraine. And it's my great pleasure to give overview of the work that TFP has been undertaking in Ukraine. So I would like to start with the general overview of EBRD Trade Facilitation Program for those who knows little about the TFP. So the TFP was established in 1999. And it's my great, I'm proud to say that the TFP is the flagship program of EBRD, and it proved to be extremely valuable in crisis times. So we were there with Ukraine through different crises, and we're here now when there's ongoing war in Ukraine. So EBRD has over 120 issuing banks in 30 economies where EBRD invests, and we have over 800 confirming banks worldwide. Since the program started in 1999, we issued more than 29,000 of transaction with value of more than 27 billion euros. The program facilitates all stages of trade chain, from export production, transport, storage and distribution to receivables. So how does the program, the TFP, works? So EBRD supports trade by providing guarantees, cover risk arising from trade finance transactions, term advances, financing to banks in the economies where the EBRD invests for trade finance purposes, and factoring to banks and factoring companies for factoring activities. Under the TFP guarantee facility, EBRD issues a standby letter of credit covering the political and commercial payment risk of the issuing bank towards the confirming bank. We can cover all type of instrument, trade finance instruments. There is no minimum and maximum amount per transaction, and there is no limitation in currency. The maximum tenor we can support is up to 3 years, but for export and intra-regional and green transaction, we can cover up to 5 years. The EBRD standby letter of credit is issued within 24 hours of receiving the application. Next slide, please. So the next product that we support is a revolving credit facility. And under this facility, the EBRD lends to local banks, which further on lends to the local company. And the revolving credit facility covers pre-export, post-import, and local distribution of imported goods. The financing can be provided in US dollars, euros, or local currency. And the minimum amount per disbursement is $100,000 or its equivalent. The tenor we can support under this facility is up to 3 years, and we disburse within 7 days from the application. The next slide, Vladyslav. Thank you. The next one, please. So the third product which TFP supports is factoring. So factoring can be supported through two structures, guarantees or cash advances. Under the factoring guarantee structure, EBRD provides support for international factoring operations, where EBRD guarantees the obligation of import factor towards export factor. And it is the same concept as the guarantee under the trade finance guarantee scheme. So it's any currency, there is no minimum or maximum amount, and the tenor is up to 3 years. Next slide, please. Under the trade finance cash facility for factoring, we can cover both domestic and international factoring operations. So this is a funding facility, so we can fund to finance factoring operations. We can finance in dollars or euros. The maximum tenor is 6 months, but typical tenor is around like 3 months. So we review the portfolio, factoring portfolio, and select acceptable clients. And our financing closely matches the asset conversion cycle with monthly updates on list of invoices that have been financed. And now moving on to TFP and what we have been done in Ukraine. As Francis mentioned, EBRD has been a major institutional investor in Ukraine and its banking sector. And trade facilitation program plays an important role in supporting the country's import and export activity, which is vital for the country's economy, especially in these unprecedented times. And Ukraine has always been one of the most active countries in the program. Since the first limit was set up in 1999 for Ukrainian bank, the TFP supported more than 3,000 transactions, foreign trade transactions, for a total of 3.8 billion. And popular sectors and products in recent years have been agribusiness, non-food commodities, chemicals like fertilizers, clothing, fuel, industrial equipment materials, vehicle and spare parts. The TFP cooperates with 10 issuing banks, and it's Bank Lvov, Credit Agricole Bank, OTP Bank, Piraeus Bank, Pravex Bank, Raiffeisen Bank, Oshad Bank, Ukreximbank, Ukrgasbank, and Ukreximbank.
All the members of today's conference.
Yes, all the members, and I'm happy to see them all. So since the start of the war in Ukraine, as we mentioned, TFP remained active and continues to support our partner banks in facilitating foreign trade. And this is part of the EBRD initial 2 billion resilient package approved in March 2022 by our board of directors for Ukraine and the affected neighboring countries. We, in close contact with our partner banks, we hear their challenges, we try to adapt, and we are very impressed by the resilience of the banks and Ukrainian colleagues to adjust to the new reality and keep trade going. While our limits remained open, we had to reassess the risk. And this is what Serhyi mentioned about reducing the tenor and focusing on the specific priority goods. But we hear the need of the banks, and we try to be as flexible and adapt to the needs of the banks. Since February this year, since the start of the war, the TFP has supported over 140 million in trade transaction for the most crucial goods for the Ukrainian economy, like and its import of agricultural machinery, fertilizers, and fuel. And this data is as of the end of June, and it's actually more as we process the more new transaction, like in these 2 weeks of July. So I will showcase some recent case studies, what we've done. So the first case studies is import of grain storage equipment from Italy, where Ukrainian distributor of agricultural machinery buys machinery for grain storage facilities from Italy, and our Ukrainian partner banks issues a standby letter of credit confirmed by Italian bank, and we guarantee the risk 100% of the political and payment risk of the Ukrainian, our partner banks, towards Italian confirming bank. The next example, what we supported is import of fertilizers, where Ukrainian soft commodity trader buys fertilizer from a Czech wholesaler, and Ukrainian partner banks issued a letter of credit with deferred payment in favor of the Czech confirming bank, and we again covered 100% of the political and commercial payment risk. And the third example in my presentation is import of agricultural machinery. This is one of the most critical goods that is needed for the farmers, and we are supporting the import of agricultural machinery here. Lastly, I would like to say, as National Bank of Ukraine in the welcome speech from Serhyi Nikolaichuk and from Alexei Anishenko mentioned about the factoring, that NBU as a regulator, they support development of factoring, and this is something that EBRD and the TFP have been working together with the NBU over the past several years. and we hope we will continue working together to improve the legal and regulatory environment for the provision of factoring and receivable finance services in Ukraine. Thank you so much for your attention. Vladyslav, over to you.
Thank you, Irina. That was really very consistent and very smart presentation of what EBRD is to trade finance in Ukraine. We thank you so much. We thank your institution for this lifeline and very efficient service, very quick reaction. Of course, it is not that easy in such position as a recipient of this support to ask for more, but you have already heard our colleagues that Ukrainian banks feel urgent needs of clients, and therefore we revert to you on daily basis with some additional questions, with some additional requests to be extend the lines or to change some approaches to the deals where the imported goods are crucial for survival or for the victory of Ukraine. But overall, the position of Ukrainian market is, of course, a very good partner for EBRD, for the global banks who are members of EBRD program. The more you work with Ukraine, the more you get trust in this country. And for most of us, trade finance, it's already 10 years of work and support of our clients. So we believe that it would remain like this. No war can change it. We continue, we work, and Irina, thank you so much for the support.
Thank you, Vladyslav. We will continue. Slava to Ukraine.
Thank you very much. And now, dear colleagues, we have a very specific part of our event. This is a global virtual coffee break. I will try to put in cadre my favorite piece of cuisine tools to symbolize that we switch to some drinks. We cannot serve these drinks to you all over the world, but we can entertain you a bit with some video about Ukraine. So stay in line, or yes, take your time. We meet again at 12:30 in Kiev, so it means in 20 minutes of your local time. Thank you for staying with us, and we see you again in 20 minutes. Enjoy your coffee. Dear colleagues, I would like to invite you to come back from coffee break, or most probably from keeping your business alive while you are on the conference. We continue our webinar, Trade Finance and Factoring, Facilitation of Ukrainian Trade During Wartime. Just the last snapshots of video that you could see were snapshots of the town abandoned after the Chernobyl catastrophe in 1986. Unfortunately, many Ukrainian towns look like this at the moment because of Russian aggression, and Ukraine continues to be every day bombarded and attacked by Russian army. We understand this context. We welcome participants of this conference at the hard time, but we value and highly esteem your commitment to support Ukraine. We are ready to respond with all our forces, with all our inspiration and knowledge to maintain Ukrainian business and to help Ukrainian customers to provide all necessary goods and services to their consumers, to maintain Ukrainian economy alive, and even more, to make Ukrainian economy winning. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask the speakers to also take care about their microphones. And now we come to the next step. In the big second part of our conference, we speak about instruments, how to counteract, how to prevent the war damage Ukraine even more than it is already damaging it. We would like to highlight today with the next several presentations that Ukraine is working hard to maintain life, to maintain good conduct, to maintain all necessary services to Ukrainian population, Ukrainian companies, Ukrainian citizens. We would like to dedicate first part, this next hour of our presentation named Trade Against War, Extraordinary Tools, to several ideas that are working now or being developed now to support Ukrainian trade and Ukrainian trade finance. Having said that, I give the floor to Andrii Remizov, Acting Director, State Institution for Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion. You see the name of the presentation with maybe not that familiar for international world name DIA. DIA is an Ukrainian action. DIA business is really great idea that now helping Ukrainian entrepreneurs and may be available on every smartphone in this country to help business not only during peaceful times, but also during the war. So I would like to invite Andrii Remizov for presentation of this great tool. Andrii,
yes,
do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Hello, dear colleagues. So I'll continue in Ukrainian. So can I share
Switch on your share, yes, screen. Dear participants, you now can switch again to the translation where you will hear all the comments while Andrii will be showing us the site of the tool DIA Business. I stop my presentation and give the floor to Andrii. 1 second.
Okay. Okay, I have an access, so great. Thanks a lot. Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Сьогодні хочу розповісти про національний проєкт з розвитку підприємництва та експорту «Дія бізнес». Це проєкт, який ми започаткували спільно з Мінцифрою, і Офіс з розвитку підприємництва та експорту безпосередньо реалізує цей проєкт зараз. Наша основна мета є це створення корисних сервісів та можливостей для українського малого і середнього бізнесу. І ми це реалізуємо за допомогою національної онлайн-платформи «Дія бізнес» в форматі One Stop Shop. Кожен потенційний та діючий підприємець може зайти на цю платформу і знайти для себе дуже багато корисних сервісів, починаючи від того, як відкрити власну справу, завершуючи безкоштовними онлайн-консультаціями, їх зараз 40 видів на цьому порталі. І, наприклад, підприємець може проконсультуватися з приватними експертами в сфері фінансів, бізнес-планування, сплати податків, релокації. І все це відбувається онлайні, абсолютно безкоштовно для бізнесу, і ми залучаємо багато експертів з приватного сектору, які пробоно допомагають українському бізнесу в цей складний час. Крім того, у нас є багато сервісів для допомоги українцям за кордоном, є окремий фізичний центр у Варшаві, є віртуальна гаряча лінія для громадян України щодо ведення бізнесу за кордоном та перебування в умовах війни за кордоном. Окрема є інформаційна сторінка про бізнес в умовах війни, де зібрані всі програми та вся інформація про підтримку з боку держави, з боку приватних партнерів, про приватні ініціативи, все це може зайти на порталі. Крім того, ми дуже багато фокусуємося саме на створенні цифрових сервісів в сфері фінансів та допомоги підприємцям з отриманням фінансування. Ми запустили нещодавно маркетплейс фінансових можливостей. Зараз, якраз наступного тижня, ми його будемо публічно запускати, презентувати. Є зараз MVP-версія на сайті. Це працює так, що підприємець, який хоче знайти фінансування, він заходить на веб-сайт «Дія бізнес», обирає для себе відповідний розділ, який його цікавить, і він, наприклад, може знайти для себе кредити, факторинг, лізинг, різні програми від банків, може обрати зручні фільтри для того, щоб знайти оптимальний вид фінансування для себе, почитати конкретну інформацію про програми детальну, може подивитися різні фінансові послуги супутні, які є в Україні, про державні програми подивитися інформацію. Тобто це таке місце, куди підприємець може зайти і отримати всю інформацію про фінансові можливості в країні, про банківські, небанківські, грантові і так далі. І крім того, в цьому маркетплейсі є зручний кабінет для фінансових установ, що дозволяє їм самостійно додавати програми фінансування, самостійно їх редагувати після модерації проектом «Дія бізнес». І все доволі дуже зручно і в зручному форматі відбувається. Крім того, у нас є онлайн-школа для підприємців, в рамках якої у нас є великий курс «Фінансова грамотність для підприємців», так він і називається. В рамках цього курсу, який ми спільно з IFC розробили, до речі, маркетплейс ми також спільно з IFC за підтримки Світового банку зробили, в курсі пояснюється вся інформація про те, що таке P&L, кешфлоу, EBITDA, дуже простими словами, в форматі коротких відеоуроків з додатковими матеріалами, які є до кожного уроку, і підприємець може почитати всю інформацію і сформувати свою фінансову модель бізнесу, що є зараз цей складний час війни дуже корисним. Крім того, якщо говорити про інформування бізнесу, то у нас є великий розділ – це кейси та новини. Кожного дня ми публікуємо тут всі оновлення для бізнесу про фінансові можливості, про програми підтримки, гранти, популяризуємо історії успіху бізнесу, який працює в умовах війни, розповідаємо про особливості сплати податків, різні законодавчі зміни та багато іншого. І все це доступно кожного дня онлайн. Окремо зупинюсь на експортному напрямі, тому що це дуже великий, скажімо так, блок роботи, який ми ведемо окремо. Є, по суті, діє бізнес-експортний напрям, і в рамках окремого порталу у нас є дуже багато контенту корисного для експортерів українських. Це новини про експорт, про різні нюанси. Є календар подій, де можна зареєструватися, наприклад, на міжнародну виставку, яка проходить в якійсь країні, можна почитати про цю виставку, записатися і відвідати її, якщо є така можливість. Є цифрові селф-асесменти, які дозволяють перевірити, чи готове підприємство експортувати. Ми робимо також великі навчальні програми для бізнесу, в рамках яких з нуля і до першого експортного контракту навчаємо бізнес експортувати. Тобто, ось, наприклад, зараз у нас запущена програма Export Academy. Вона доступна для експортерів, починаючих, діючих. Якщо у нас є експортери, хто дивиться цей захід, рекомендую вам зайти на веб-сайт, знайти Export Academy і зареєструватися. Програма буде тривати десь до грудня, тобто це довготривала програма, системна. І ми такі програми регулярно запускаємо для бізнесу, щоб полегшити виход на міжнародні ринки. Крім того, великий розділ аналітики у нас є, де ми аналізуємо конкретні сектори, індустрії, і у нас є окремий відділ аналітики, який формує, скажімо так, різні дані про конкретні ринки за кордоном. Наприклад, у нас в фокусі агропромисловий ринок, машинобудівний, IT, меблевий та інші. Якщо ми говоримо, наприклад, про конкретний ринок, це харчова промисловість, у нас є секторальні огляди різних країн. Можна зайти, подивитися, наприклад, огляд країн Перської затоки в сфері, наприклад, кондитерських виробів або інших товарів. І все це в доступному форматі, в зручному, тобто можна почитати, зрозуміти, як вийти на ринки, і все це ми активно робимо. Крім того, робимо аналітичні матеріали по тому, які ніші займають або займали білоруські та російські компанії, для того, щоб українські підприємці могли ці компанії замістити на іноземному ринку. Ну і останнє, ми допомагаємо також шукати партнерів для експортерів. У нас є окремий сервіс, називається сорсинг оперативний. Як це працює? Підприємець реєструється у нас на порталі, заповнює невеличку форму про те, що він експортує, куди хоче експортувати. І після цього ми додаємо цього підприємця, експортера, в спеціальний експортний каталог, верифікований, в якому іноземні байери можуть знайти собі партнера. Тобто тут ви можете знайти перелік компаній, обрати сектор конкретний, подивитися конкретну компанію, що вона виробляє, в якому регіоні працює, можна подивитися фото продукції, сертифікацію. І це допомагає іноземним байерам знаходити партнерів в Україні. І якщо вони хочуть поспілкуватися з конкретною компанією, ми їм в цьому допомагаємо, і далі вже відбувається перший діалог між українським підприємством та іноземним, і вони укладають експортні контракти. Тому загалом, якщо говорити про ці сервіси, то ми продовжуємо їх розвивати, все в цифровому варіанті, розвиваємо фінансові сервіси, маркетплейси, інформування, тому будемо раді співпрацювати з партнерами, кого це зацікавило, звертайтесь до нас через портал або в соцмережах. Ну і окремо зазначу фінально, що є дуже багато інших сервісів. Ну, я, щоб не займати час, просто покажу тут внизу порталу. Можна знайти всі інші сервіси, які є. Їх дуже багато і для конкретних секторів. І крім того, є офлайн-компонент проєкту. Це фізичні центри підтримки підприємців в регіонах. Вони до війни активно надавали безкоштовні консультації, можна було тренінги відвідати. Зараз здебільшого центри працюють в західних регіонах України, де більш безпечно, так і в Варшаві. Тому офлайн-компонент проєкту також є, і він, я думаю, що в подальшому буде розвиватися. Ну і завершуючи свій виступ, хочу сказати, що нашим пріоритетом залишається підтримка, в тому числі експортерів зараз, дуже активна, щоб вони могли виходити на міжнародні ринки. Ми їм всіляко в цьому допомагаємо. Плануємо проводити ряд міжнародних виставок та подій, щоб допомогти підприємцям представити свою продукцію за кордоном, і будемо активно продовжувати це робити. Далі у нас по плану був виступ моєї колеги Світлани Баженової. Вона, на жаль, через технічні причини не зможе доєднатися, розповісти свою презентацію, тому вона попросила мене розповісти її частину.
Андрій, хвилиночку, можна я вас перерву? Скажіть, будь ласка, ми можемо перейти на англійську для відповіді, щоб колеги почули? Так. Andrii, thank you so much for your presentation. I understand your wish to show us the immense information that you have acquired and numerous tools that you have developed with your team. Of course, it is impossible to even look at this multiple choice of tools over the 15 minutes. But of course, we appreciate the huge advancement of digital technologies in helping Ukrainian business, in educating Ukrainian entrepreneurs, in promotion of Ukrainian exports. That's absolutely marvelous, absolutely incredible from, say, our own experience, say, even 5 years ago. And particularly, it is important that this drive continues even during the wartime, and services adjusted to war times and the needs of entrepreneurs now. We appreciate your efforts and would like to wish you all success in this direction. Really, the digital technologies for which Ukraine is famous abroad now can help Ukraine itself. And now we want even more digital services, particularly in trade finance. We also expect that together with DIA Business, we will continue showing advantages of trade finance instruments, of factoring. We have been working on a launch of factoring school online for DIA Business participants. And I assure you that we come back to this school project as soon as possible, probably starting from the new school year in September. So that's our commitment of our trade finance community to maintain and support your infrastructure, and we will of course get a lot of help from your tools to our business. Now over to you to say the words about the ideas from Svetlana Bazhenova.
Yeah, thank you, Vladyslav, for your support. It will be great for our SMEs, and we hope that it will be help them to attract more financing. Yeah. And I'll continue in Ukrainian. So, якщо говорити про виступ пані Світлани, він стосується безпосередньо аналітики і загалом стану та потреб українського бізнесу зараз. В контексті цього ми спільно з партнерами, як Офіс, проект «Дія Бізнес», робимо таку ініціативу, яка називається «Ініціатива для відновлення економіки, розвитку підприємництва та експорту України». Ця ініціатива запроваджена спільно з Центром розвитку інновацій, Advanter Group, за підтримки державних органів влади. У нас багато партнерів.
Вибачте, Андрію, якщо можна, зупиняйте трошки довше конкретні тексти, бо трошки важко слідкувати за...
Так, добре, перепрошую. Так, і в рамках цієї ініціативи ми робимо аналітику стану бізнесу, малого і середнього, внутрішнього ринку, зовнішнього ринку. Перше дослідження у нас стосувалося загалом того, як бізнес себе почуває після 2 місяців війни. Його можна подивитися на веб-сайті. Скажу коротко, що за даними першого дослідження ми зрозуміли, що бізнес адаптувався до війни краще, ніж в період ковіду. Тобто реєстрація бізнесу була навіть більше порівняно з минулими періодами. По регіонах, звісно, ситуація така, що лідерами, якби у нас є умовний рейтинг ділової привабливості та ділової активності в рамках цього дослідження. І от в цьому рейтингу, звісно, піднялися наверх навіть більше за Київ, там Львівська область, Хмельницька область, от, і відбулася певна така зміна, да, в ринку. Друге дослідження стосувалося загалом регіонального аспекту. Ми більше дослідили про регіони, як започатковується бізнес там, в яких сферах, це теж можна почитати. Крім того, аналізуємо конкретно регіони окремо по умовам ведення бізнесу. Так, Владиславе?
Андрію, можна ще раз попередній екран, де мапа України?
Так, так.
Dear colleagues, dear listeners, I would like to draw your attention to this map. In fact, Ukraine is under attack from the east. That means that in eastern regions, some territories are occupied. In some territories, it is dangerous to live or maintain business. But at the same time, many people have migrated to the western part of Ukraine, and they don't just live there and receive state support. They immediately start working. They search for jobs. They maintain operations even if they don't have official job. They maintain volunteering, helping people who need some help, helping Ukrainian army with some supplies of goods, with some supplies of spare parts, organizing some local events to mobilize population and to help local communities live through these hard times. So you don't only see the map of activity of business. This is the map how Ukraine thrives and lives every day, and its heart is beating. So that's exactly how our country counteracts this aggression. This is temperature of our Ukrainian organism.
Так, дуже дякую, Владислав, за цей коментар. Повністю погоджуюсь з вами. От, і учасникам рекомендую подивитися саме ці дослідження, щоб зрозуміти реальний стан справ через військову агресію РФ. Якщо продовжувати далі, то у нас є аналіз також по потребах бізнесу. Ми зробили велике опитування підприємців, в якому взяли участь більше 800 бізнесів, тобто була доволі велика вибірка, багато питань. Це також можна подивитися на порталі, всі діаграми, всю інформацію, тобто про збитки, про потреби, і зараз я на цьому трошки більше буду зупинятися. Якщо говорити про це дослідження, то можна зробити такі висновки, до яких ми прийшли. У нас 93,4% опитаного бізнесу, вони були залучені в допомогу Україні під час війни. Тобто вони займалися, 70% з них займалися волонтерською діяльністю, тобто фінансували армію і так далі. Близько 50% бізнесу опитаного, це, повторюю, близько 900 підприємств опитали, 50% не працюють. Однак при цьому 4,5% знайшли можливість збільшити обороти, порівнюючи з довоєнним періодом, тобто 4% лише. Близько 85 мільярдів доларів – це загальні прямі витрати бізнесу за 3 місяці війни. Це за оцінками різних експертів, до речі, і 19% опитаних, вони вимушені були зробити релокацію свого бізнесу. І загалом представниками МСБ, за нашими оцінками, було скорочено понад 1 мільйон працівників. 33,4% адаптували свій бізнес та мають стратегію, 50% бізнесу в процесі розробки таких стратегій адаптації до війни. Дуже гарний показник цікавий, що 43,6% опитаних, вони зорієнтовані на розвиток експорту. І зараз це є дуже гарним сигналом, тому що підприємці переорієнтовують своє виробництво на закордонні ринки. І підсумовуючи загалом всі дослідження, то одним із основних проблем підприємців зараз, які ми виявили, є Це перше, відсутність достатньої купівельної спроможності та, скажімо так, та наявність покупця. Тобто це брак, дефіцит спроможності на внутрішньому ринку, да, що в принципі змушує шукати покупців за кордоном. І це можна використовувати для розвитку експорту. І, звісно, основною проблемою лишається це брак доступу до капіталу. Це проблема, яка була і до війни, але зараз багато програм, які мають цю проблему вирішити. І інші проблеми – це непередбачуваність дій влади, які озвучує бізнес, так, і відсутність чітких, скажімо так, тенденцій до завершення війни. Ну, тобто, такі от були моменти. От. Ну і завершуючи загалом доповідь, тут є ще багато інших досліджень, які можна почитати. Там ми дослідили ще місцеву владу, регіональну владу, їх думку про те, як вони бачать ситуацію. Да? Тому от таке дослідження провели. Можна зайти на порталі і почитати. Дуже дякую.
Дуже дякуємо, Андрію. Thank you very much. We will share all information, all links and some presentations with our listeners. So you will be able to use this information, huge amounts of data gathered almost in the real-time speed. So you are welcome to learn more about Ukrainian business and support Ukrainian business. And now I give floor to Alexei Kushnir, manager of Export Credit Agency of Ukraine. Welcome, Alexei. It's a pleasure to see you today with us. Of course, we have so much to tell to international audience, so the time pressure increases. This is a challenge for you, but please, at least we have already mentioned that Export Credit Agency started to work in these hard times. Tell us how you do it.
Thank you very much, Vladyslav. It's challenges for all of us, not only for ECA, for all banks, for all exporters, for all participants of this market. I would like to express many thanks to organizers of this webinar. I'm excited to see all friends and newcomers. For all of you, I would like to present Export Credit Agency, our new product, our new possibilities, and our plan. Due to war, for the first half of 2022, exports from Ukraine significantly decreased. Geographically, exports are fully focused on EU, up to 80%. At the same time, trade with other countries of the world decreased in the second quarter of 2022, compared to the same period of last year, up to 80%. Our task, our goal is to help Ukrainian business return to our international market. The key need of Ukrainian exporters is an access to financing. Before the war, aid from 10 exporters-oriented enterprises need additional funds to perform the export agreements. Today, these needs have been only penetrated. At the same time, giving loan during the war is risky for bank, and I hope our instrument, our insurance instrument, could help both sides. Recently, some amendments to the law regulation of activity were adopted. In March 2022, amendments were made to the law of Ukraine, which regulated the activities of ECA with significant the list of product code which is...
Excuse me, somebody has switched on your microphone. Please stop it.
And
dear colleagues, thank you.
Go on. List of products which may support was considerably expanded. The NABU was adopted as a regulator of our activities starting from January 2022. The corporate governments will be performed in accordance with the world best practice. In May 2022, amendments were made to NABU regulation 351, according to which the EC insurance policy became acceptable collateral for bank under the law.
Excuse me, Alexei, I will comment. I cannot just let it go unnoticed. During the war were changes not about the war. They were changes about the strategic development of Export Credit Agency. We have been, as a banks, allowed to take insurance policies of Export Credit Agency as safe coverage for our financing of export operations. And this is something that hadn't happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It happened just during the war times. So that's excellent cooperation between Export Credit Agency, National Bank of Ukraine, banking community that has been also influencing this dialogue. And Alexei,
please. First of all, Parliament and our stakeholder, because without changes of our core law, it will be not impossible because we have to change our regulation first of all, and after this, it's dreams
the procedures,
dreams
the rules
come true.
Yes,
really.
yes, dream come true. We can now use instruments of Ukrainian Export Credit Agency. By the way, thank you for this short snapshot into this activity. Please tell us that finally Ukrainian companies can use it.
It's the first slide of our new product, insurance of pre-export financing on portfolio basis. I would like to say that without changes that I mentioned before, it will be really impossible to start with. And the program is primarily designed to support small and medium enterprises and aimed at financing all fulfillment of obligation on the export contract. And areas of ACA support is first of all shipbuilding, food industry, textile, pharmacology, furniture production, food production, etc. Of course, services and works included too. What is the borrower under this program? It is a Ukrainian small or medium-sized company which operated more than 1 year, has an experience in foreign economic activity, and proceeds in the foreign currency for the last 12 months. Has no overdue debts, company with applicable law and regulation. I would like to add that we still have some restriction concerning product and raw material or soft commodities we couldn't support still, unfortunately. How it works? An exporter which needs the financing to perform foreign economic contacts applies to the bank for a loan and provides the appropriate set of documents. If the bank approves to issue a loan, ECA automatically issued the law. ACA ensured the risk of non-payment by this loan. Basic terms and condition of a loan. Maximum amount of a loan is up to 20 million hryvnias. It could be extended to 90 million hryvnias if it will be a group of company. A loan period up to 1 year. Loan interest rates established according to the terms and condition of the bank. And bank could combine this financing with state program 579. And together with our stakeholder Minister of Economic, we decide to set insurance rate 0.5 till the end of the war plus 2 months, because for our exporter extremely important to price of such financing. I could announce that to already sign such insurance agreement with ECA, Oshadny Bank and Ukrgasbank. We expect this week that Ukreximbank sign this agreement and hope that till the end of summer, Privatbank will join this program too. And of course, we offer biggest Ukrainian bank to join this program because it's really important, not for only us and the bank. It's important for SMEs to reach out finance for their activities. And of course, we already have even little success. We already covered 6 6 loans and support exports up to 40 million green in equivalent.
Excuse me, Alexei,
yeah.
may I ask, have I heard correctly that thanks to DIA Business export portal, you have already got some flow of deals, requests for export support, export insurance. So this is just the complementary services that are during the war making business work more efficiently.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And during the 2 weeks, banks have had approximately 100 applications, simplified the application form from exporter. Yes, it's really impressed. And of course, as I told before, it's a little success for all of the issued loan, but it only 2 weeks. And we expect till the end of July cover approximately 140 million hryvnias loans under this program. And the average loan around 6 million hryvnia. It's a lot of exporters could use this program to perform their export contracts. And of course, as I told before, we expect that till the end of July it will be covered by our insurance policy up to 140 million hryvnias loans, and till the end of the year it will be more than 1 billion hryvnias loan that will be under our cover. I would like to say that first loan was issued by Bank, and I want to say thank you very much, Natalia Budkova, head of SME department. It's all because of you. But for today, Ukrgasbank absolutely leader, and Rodion Morozov, Tatiana Kornienko, you all the best, really. And it's a really impressed result. And I hope other state bank and other bigger banks will join this program and will achieve good result.
Thank you, Alexei. That is a marvelous idea. Next time we will dedicate some time at our conference to awarding some prizes to the leaders of the changes in Ukraine. Pleasure. I'm sorry, we are very, very tight on our schedule. So.
A few words about plan. First of all, I would like to say that I expect that till the end of summer we will issue first. Ukrgasbank will issue first guarantee under our cover, and I hope together with a great professional Gennady Khalemsky and Andrii Romanov we will do it. And another one bank that we cooperate and would like to launch a new product till the end of the year, it's Ukreximbank, together with Alexander Shura and Sviatoslav Kuzmich, my previous colleague from Ukreximbank. I hope the buyer's credit will be launched till the end of year. It's my dream. And of course, I couldn't not mention about export factoring, because all in ECA know that I'm a big fan of export factoring and keen on it. And I hope together with PUMP, we will manage first export factoring deals. And I hope that it will be realized and finalized till the end of summer. And Serhyi Onufrienko and Bill, thank you very much. We do all the best to do this deal on the finish line.
Thank you, Alexei.
Slava Ukraini.
Award ceremony has been actually conducted by you. Thank you very much. And yes, Geroyam Slava, we continue. Now I give the floor to our good partners, Tarastov Stepat and Vladyslav Kancer from Reform Support Team at Ministry of Economy, and give them to floor to say a few words how they support from their side development of factoring in Ukraine. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your invitation. I'm pleased to be here. I'm Taras Tostopat from Reform Support Team of the Ministry of Economy. We are part of URA Reform Architecture. Well, we believe that digitalization is one of the pillars that, together with focus on SMEs and market stabilization with government support, can facilitate factoring development. Last year, we launched comprehensive research together with local and international experts on the best work practices of the design of factory market with special focus on IT part. Well, we are sure that correctly designed IT solution on a national level can foster trade development and support Ukrainian business in such challenging time. At this moment, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague Vladyslav Kancer. He will present the results of the research, and I still be available for your answers and questions later.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Taras, for the introductory words. And dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to be here. And I'm going to talk about the National Electronic Factoring Platform and digitalization of trade. And mostly, please, next slide. I'm going to cover two main areas of that. At first, it's going to be the factoring market design research that we did last year and that Taras mentioned already, and with more deep dive on the National Electronic Factoring Platform. So let me start from some details of the research we did. We used the comprehensive methodology of MCDA, or multi-criteria decision analysis. Basically, it's just the metrics which compare different options one by another. And we have got 9 models of best world experience and practices to compare, which has divided on 6 groups of such criteria. And also one additional group of so-called general criteria with more like general characteristic of each market that we've been covered in this research. 11 independent experts provided their assessment, and we collected more than 2,500 evaluations, which mean that each expert did more than 350 evaluations. And a lot of participants of today's seminars being actually in our research team. So it's glad to hear and see all of you here today. And
indeed, thank you, Vladyslav, for moderating this research process. It was very interesting and revealing. We had some insights during this study. And as a member of this team, may I ask you to highlight the most important things, because the presentation would be available to our participants, so the full scale of study may be given to everybody in details. Just from your high level, manager's level, highlights the discoveries that you have seen during this study. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Vladyslav. Of course, we've covered very briefly what we did. Next slide. Basically, what we've got is 3 leader models, which are China, Turkey, and Mexico. And you can see the how other markets performing in our studies as well on that slide. And on the next slide, you can see the other approach to these studies, which includes this group of general criteria that I mentioned. And on this slide, you can see that we have slightly other markets that are performing best, which are mostly the European advanced economies, which is like understandable from this point of view. And on the next slide, key findings and conclusions, which are be available soon after the presentation. But as I mentioned, China, Turkey, and Mexico are the most crucial example for our Ukrainian case. And on this point, I would like
excuse me, someone has switched on microphone, excuse me. Alexander Pavlov. Looks like, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide. we're gonna talk in more detail exactly for the part of the research that covered the IT infrastructure. And as you can see, basically all these markets have some good examples of advanced IT infrastructure and system. I just mentioned a few key insights from this, which are Chinese example. They have the so-called trade finance documents register, which are connected with the Chinese public procurement system and has really good security policy to make this register available to everyone and secure from any threats from the external world, let's say. Also, the Turkey and Mexico, they have so-called the two-layer system with electronic invoice architecture and this trade finance documents register. And I'm going to talk a little bit later why is it crucial for the Ukraine. From the European perspective, the Polish example probably the most interesting for us because they not have the national platform as for today, but they are working to develop one. However, they use a lot of solutions from the market, from the banks and non-banking players of factoring, and it's also work. You probably know that Polish example is really fascinating and developed really fast. The Mexican market is interesting because of the whole and comprehensive program that regulator, the National Bank of Mexico developed like 15 years ago. And it also covers a lot of educational program training for the SMEs and businesses in Mexico, which is great. And they provided a lot of, consultancy services to these businesses, and also, of course, factoring and other trade mechanism that working on the one direction to boost and promote local businesses. And of course, Turkey, which is probably the most close case for us. And we, on that point, can move forward to the other slide, which show us the general outlook and overview of the system that we actually suggested to build in Ukraine. And long story short, this system looks pretty like the Turkish system with some differences, but just cut to the chase that we have, as you can see, the electronic invoicing system and this trade finance documents register, which will be interoperable through the API, and basically making the whole market work where each of these parts of these two layers are gonna provide functions that needed. And on the next slide, you can see what exactly the trade finance register is gonna do. We figure out these functions based on our research and also research of our colleagues from the other international system projects. So it's like really well balanced, and probably the most close example that we want to build here in Ukraine. And actually, this register just need to verify the invoices, register them, collect them, update the information, and also deliver the notices of assignment to buyers. Maybe also they can have some automated assignment to payment and receivables via so-called smart contracts. And on the next slide, talking about the electronic invoicing system, it's mostly about the creation of electronic invoices, also delivery of them, acceptance or rejection of these electronic invoices by buyers. storing them, and maybe also automated creation of the VAT invoices if we're gonna able to connect with the VAT register. And all this system will be sharing all documents with all market participants, and also between the register and the invoicing system. So it's really going to work pretty much comprehensive to the whole market, and we can start at least from the invoicing system, and afterwards try to build the environment to the development of the register as well. I'm going to stop on that point. Thank you for your attention, and we are ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Vladyslav. I would like to again say that sometimes these humble words told in moderate voice don't highlight the level and scale of changes that are ahead of us, and we are glad that in Ministry of Economy, the smart guys like you, Taras and Vladyslav, are understanding the path forward, and we can, as bankers and participants of the market, feel safe that we are in cooperation and in dialogue with the government structure that has design of market in mind, with these smart features and with these advanced tools. That is great. That's I appreciate, and I'm sure that everybody in Ukraine will be looking forward to your successful promotion of this idea. Thank you, and we now step forward to our another speaker, Betül Kurtuluş, Regional Director of FCI, Factoring Chain International. Betül, we are glad to meet you. FCI is a very good partner of Ukrainian trade finance and factoring workforce. We have received already so many insights, trainings, and consultations that we can all say that we have finished a kind of university degree in factoring over the latest 2 years. We continue to cooperate, and we will be glad to hear from you words of support today.
Thank you, Vladyslav. Good afternoon from Istanbul. I think you're all, after all, listening all these developments in a very short time, I think you're all in the master degree, I think, already graduated. So there's a saying that hard times create strong people, and strong people creates a good times. I think we are today witnessing this on a country level. I am really happy to listen to all these developments, and to be a small part of these developments on the trade finance in Ukraine. So thank you to EBRD, and thank you to Ukrainian Alliance for Trade Finance and Factoring group for organizing this event. It is very valuable for us to join you today. My name is Betül Kurtuluş. I'm the Regional Director of FCI, responsible for Central Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, and the Middle East. I want to keep my presentation as short as possible to leave some maybe place for the questions. I will give you a brief, very brief summary of the receivable finance industry today and our collaboration with the Ukrainian partners. I'm pleased to present affecting the total world exports, like trade war between US and China, sharp decrease on the oil prices, Brexit, and COVID. But lately the increase is 2.3%. In between this increase, when we look at the letters of credit, letters of credit is the only product that's losing its momentum. So the importers requesting more and more on the open account trade. If I am not mistaken, during the previous presentations today, I heard that the portfolio of the Ukrainian banks depends on 14% on the LC basis. Of course, if there is a way to, if there is a chance to open the LC, it is this more secure product comparing to open account. But if the buyers are asking for the open account, there is no way to sell the product. So it is, you see, the global cross-border factoring in the industry exceeds the letter of credit sector. The only product that is growing faster is the short-term credit insurance, that increase is 6.5%. But I must say the credit insurance sector has a very supportive role for our industry. Next slide, please. And here is the factoring products distribution. This is the outcome of the FCI member statistics. We can certainly see from the FCI statistic that our members, factoring community and their clients are getting more and more conservative. One observation is the rise on non-recourse factoring. If we compare the previous data of the percentage share of the non-recourse factoring, it was 44% in 2019 and 55% in 2020, and now 53%. And so there's a very slightly decrease on the non-recourse. The other products are recourse, invoice discounting, and reverse factoring. This is the factoring turnover distribution, domestic and international. When we look at the countries, and also generally speaking on the financial institutional basis, it is like this, it's 80% to 20%, or on the country level, it is 81% domestic and 19% is coming from the international business. Establishing a healthy ecosystem in a domestic market is very important for supporting the international trade and international factoring. But on the other hand, in a financial ecosystem whose infrastructure is not strong, it becomes difficult to support the open account foreign trade, and also it is very difficult to support the SME financing, open account finance. And within this ecosystem, we all talk about these developments in Ukraine. I heard very good developments in the infrastructure today. But within this ecosystem, I must say that the government-supported digital solution, invoice registries, registration centers, centralized credit information sharing systems, the law, it's very good that for hearing that the new law is on the way in Ukraine. The establishment of the and the active operations of the unions, the explanation of the law to the third parties, this is also very important. The education of the finance sector, the education of the customers really plays a vital role for creating the very healthy ecosystem in the countries. And you see here the sectoral distribution of the financial markets for OECD countries. Of course, the non-bank financial institutions presence and their market share is very important for building the healthy ecosystem. When we look at, for example, United Kingdom, the non-bank financial institutions market share is bigger than the banking sector. For example, in Turkey it is 14%. For Germany it is 38%. So it is. I think this is a very interesting slide. We need to support the non-bank financial institutions market growth for all industries, for all financial ecosystem.
Julia, if I may, what you say is very, very well listened by our regulator and participants who are in charge of financial institutions, non-banks. They wish to succeed in Ukraine also with support of this non-banking sector. So really, that's really very, very interesting that with FCI we have all those variants, all those directions of development, and we can understand that there is no one simple solution to all the problems. We need to work on many aspects in many directions, and thanks to FCI as a provider also of international factoring infrastructure, we hope that Ukraine will also join this family of European countries where factoring is based on very good relations between suppliers and buyers, and therefore we can be sure that in Ukraine we always have a helping hand in moving factoring development ahead. I'm sorry, we are so tight in time, so yes,
okay.
a few closing words to you.
Okay, we can just pass this slide, please. I just want to mention our collaboration. Next slide, please. So we organize, jointly with the Ukrainian Alliance for Trade Finance and Factoring, and with the support of the EBRD, we started 2018 and 2019. We organized in 2 years' time. We organized 2 physical events. And coming to the last year, I think last year, the last one was online. In 2021, we organized 2 more events with the support of Vladyslav, you and the team. So I would like to repeat again here, we are already assist Ukrainian banks in developing factoring infrastructure, international factoring, 2-factor system and receivable financing. We are happy to continue our support. And I think you also, as a group of people, touched almost all these issues in your investments in your country for the infrastructure, that your working group is carefully works on these issues separately. And I also want to mention our education program in the next slide, Vladyslav. You see the Ukraine is the biggest share for the educational program. We have almost 100 participation from your bankers on our fundamentals on domestic international, and we want to continue this. And we want to donor for some of the for some of your bankers as an FCI to continue your efforts and to support your efforts. And we look forward to putting these studies into practice. So it is, we are always ready to support if for the international trade. We are expecting to have more FCI member in Ukraine to support them with all legal infrastructure, education, and everything. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Bitul. That's so nice to have such a partner in such a difficult endeavor. But with the help, with a little bit of help from my friends, as Beatles sang, it is always much easier to do the complex tasks. Thank you so much. And now we are coming to the final part of our conference today. We have named it a United Front to help Ukrainian trade. I invite to new moderator, Irina Tian from BRD, to hold this part. Beg pardon, Irina, I have left you a bit less time than we planned, but I'm sure that the interest to what is being said is so high that you will hardly see any person leaving this session earlier than everybody will hear every message from our participants. Thank you so much, and over to you, Irina.
Thank you, Vladyslav. I think we leave the very interesting part to the end to keep the audience very engaged and as you said rightly, hopefully not leaving before the end of our webinar. So I'm happy to moderate this panel. We heard different presentation about the Ukrainian market of trade, finance, and factoring, the challenges and opportunities, the amazing work which has been done by the National Bank of Ukraine, by the Ministry of Economy, by the ACA, and of course the banks, which keep on driving the force. So I would like to continue this discussion, interesting discussion, how support Ukrainian trade. And first of all, I would like to introduce my panel participants. So I'm here joined today by Nikolai Gorbachev, President of the Ukrainian Grain Association, Ihor Alekhov, co-chair of the Banking and Financial Services Committee at the American Chamber of Commerce, and partner of the CMS, Cameron McKenna Nabara Olsbank, Alexei Anishenko, head of Office of Separate Marketing Regulation Methodology, National Bank of Ukraine, Alexander Pavlov, Associate Director, Deputy Head Ukraine, Head of Financial Institution Eastern Europe, EBRD, and Tatiana Grushenko, Investment Promotion and Access to Finance Manager, USAID Competitive Economy Program. Let me check, because I think, Nikolai, are you with us? Nikolai?
We don't see his camera switched on, but I have seen his name on the presentation. Okay, I will give him a call. Please step forward to our next speaker.
Okay,
and
let me then start with Ihor. Ihor, you as a representative of the most active business community in Ukraine, American Chamber of Commerce, would you elaborate on the current challenges of business in Ukraine, and how you see the development of trade finance and factoring? Ihor.
Thank you, Irina. Obviously, I wanted to speak after the first speech from the Grain Association from Nikolai. It would have been much more, I would say, logical, yes, and representative of what is going on in the market. But anyway, what I want to say that we as community which is responsible for developing factoring see all the same problems for many years with the development of factoring and other trade finance instruments, and we hope that the present situation will give us an opportunity to actually develop and change the regulatory environment in a very efficient manner. What we have seen and what I think many of us are encountering on everyday basis, that the problems which the regulatory problems which the factoring market has in practice, they are essentially the requirements to develop Ukraine, to ensure that there is no inconsistencies in the definition of assignment as compared to factoring instruments, to ensure that some of the types of factoring, like reverse factoring and other trade finance instruments, are recognized in Ukraine. And unfortunately, even with EBRD's help, those changes to the civil code were developed in detail, but they are still not passed. And this is something which the industry as a whole has to lobby with the parliament, and probably this is the right moment to do this. Because of war, the war has shown that actually there is a huge need for such quick financing, which can be provided to various, especially small and mid-sized producers, and which cannot obtain it from other sources. And actually, factoring can meet this need and can resolve these financing needs of producers. And there are other changes, technical changes, which are required to be made in the various regulations of the National Bank of Ukraine, which govern the factoring practices, both for banks and for non-banking financial institutions, to ensure that those work up to international standards. In a way, these initiatives, because we have worked with them and the association obviously worked with them for a number of years, these initiatives are already set out in great detail, and we know about them. We have held probably tens of meetings to discuss various aspects of those changes which are required. And obviously now, as you know, there is a process to push through those changes. If I can have the next slide, please, which is associated with this National Council for Reconstruction of Ukraine, and which is pushing for various types of changes and various initiatives to actually rebuild and reconstruct Ukraine. Obviously, everyone has heard about the conference to reconstruct Ukraine, which happened in Lugano a few weeks ago. And out of all these proposals which we have included, actually some were included in the agenda of the Lugano conference. But unfortunately, if you look into detail of those proposals which were included, they have not taken into account some of our principal requirements, which include the adoption of new law on factoring, ensuring that the commercial contracts are enforceable, and there are actually measures taken to ensure such enforcement. Some of these measures which the government agreed to undertake relate to technical issues regarding this confusion which the market has had for many years of factoring with the sale of non-performing loans, which is kind of important. But of course, these changes to the civil code, which have been developed a few years ago, they principally resolve this issue by means of actually introducing relevant amendments to the civil code. Unfortunately, because they were not adopted, this problem resurfaces all of the time. Each time the government of the National Bank is discussing the issue of factoring, and of course we understand that to change the civil code is much more difficult than to adopt a new law or even some amendments. But the time has come actually to do it, because the war has shown that without these factoring instruments, the trade finance cannot develop fast. And although we have heard today that the market is still developing and there are some numbers, but we are still lagging behind most of the jurisdictions as a country. And unfortunately, this is in part the problem of absence of clear rules. And these rules need to be created to ensure that that actual factoring instruments develop here in Ukraine. Additionally, of course, the incentives which were presented in Lugano, they included some state support to factoring instruments, including interest rate compensation, which is still, I think, discussed whether this is viable or not. And it is kind of difficult in the present environment for Ukraine, where the budget has to finance war needs in the first place, and of course state guarantees. Again, these are important issues, but I believe that the industry has to first of all push for those changes which will make these instruments more viable, more reliable first, and then think about state support, because state support, first of all, it's not that significant for a country like Ukraine, and secondly, it may not work in the end without the rules, because the rules will ensure that actually the whole cycle of a factoring transaction is closed, and the new ones are starting, and basically the market itself will finance those instruments if there are reliable rules, and these instruments become transparent and reliable. So in a way, I'm encouraging everyone who is participating today to insist on those regulatory changes and to ensure that that they are pushed through with this next changes which have happened which are happening in Ukraine in connection with the reconstruction of Ukraine. I don't know if Nikolai has already joined, but one of the things which I wanted to mention that last year we had a huge issue with enforceability of forward contracts on grain, and obviously this was one of the trade instruments which was applied by the members of the Grain Association, and they were complaining for the whole year that basically all the parties, because of price volatility, do not want to honor these contracts. And this is the biggest issue which we have in Ukraine, that first of all we need to ensure that the contracts are enforceable, to provide for reliable prejudicial arbitration and then judicial protection, and this will ensure that the instruments which we want to finance are reliable and basically give us an opportunity to develop factoring in Ukraine. Thank you. This is very briefly what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ihor. Thank you. Thank you for the interesting observations, and I completely agree that this is the right time. The immense work has already been done regarding the developing of factoring, and we've been working and cooperating with the National Bank, with Alliance, to first of all to educate the market, to have an understanding what is factoring and the need to develop in Ukraine. And I think this is also recognized by the National Bank of Ukraine, because both Serhyi and Alexei, they mentioned, right, and the plans for the new law to first of all to draft and then to come to effect. Thank you, Ihor. Thank you so much. And now I would like to move to Nikolai. Nikolai, if you can turn the video, do.
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Excellent. That's good to see you. Nikolai, you represent the Ukrainian Grain Association, and we all know that the agricultural sector in Ukraine is one of the most affected sectors because of the war in Ukraine. So my two questions to you would be, first of all, if you would give an overview of the current situation of the agricultural sector in Ukraine, and then if you elaborate what are the challenges for the members of the association you represent, and what do you see is needed to resolve these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much, Irina. Thank you very much for all participants and for the organizer. Of course, agricultural sector now in trouble like all others, but can you imagine that in Ukraine, about 30% of the population located on the villages, and this impact on agriculture, of course, will give a big social bomb, which we will see on the next few months. Before the war, we produced, for example, 1 year ago in July, August, we harvested 107 million tons grain and oilseeds. But our domestic consumption less than 30 million. That's why we expected to export more than 70 million tons grain and oilseeds. We could export about 90 countries through our nice ports, which we built on the past 30 years. And For me, it's clear now, for this 30 years, we create just perfect infrastructure compared to European infrastructure. For the moment, unfortunately, all these ports are blocked, and we just turn our trade to our neighbors country, European Union. It's Romania, Poland mostly, but Slovakia and Hungary as well. But unfortunately, if before we could export about 6-7 million tons per month, now we made a record in June. It's 2,200,000 tons. It's in 3 times less than our normal pace on an export. And the problem continue to grow. We have really good connection with our connections with our European colleagues, and we improve the situation with the export. We just canceled all certification with European Union because we produce the grain on the same climate area as the European Union. That's why we have so many difference on technology, and we should not do. We should do this before. Why we didn't, I don't know. But now it's possible for us. But the biggest problem, even if we will find the way how we can increase our export, the biggest problem is price for this logistic. If before any farmer could export grain from Kharkiv, from Sumy, from east, from north to Ukrainian ports, which are located on the south, and price was about $30–40 per ton, depends on the distance. For the moment, farmer has to pay from $150 up to $180 per ton for the transportation grain. Price depends at which crossing border point will be chosen, or will it be loaded by barges, or will it be loaded by trucks? But it's in any case, it's huge expenses for farmers. For example, for today, our biggest partner for the moment, Romanian Constanta port, where we can sell barley from Odessa region, which harvested already about 25% of barley, and price in Constanta about $290 per ton. But farmer has to pay $180 only for logistics. For farmers, left just $100 per ton. But price cost of production on that region about $160–180 per ton. It means that farmer will cover only 50% from their price cost. And it's the most dangerous situation. If farmers just went to the field during the war and during the springtime, they just continue to plant and continue to sow on grain, for the moment, they will decrease their sown area. It will be the biggest risk which I see for the next few years, because if we'll lose farmers now, after to create them again will take a long time. It will take few years. I remember this time on 19th, when about 30% from the total agricultural land was not available for the production of grain. And for the moment, it's about 25 million hectares. In this season, I see decreasing already for 19. It's for 25% decreasing. And since autumn, it will be decreasing in 2 times. It's the biggest problem which I see. It's cost of logistics. I will repeat, even if we will find the way how to export the grain through our neighbors, the price of logistics is too high. But we cannot even find technically how to export this grain. Unfortunately, all our neighbors, it's Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland, they export altogether less than we did through our ports. For example, Bulgaria recorded 6 million tons of export, Poland 8 million, and Romania 25. Altogether, it's less than our 60 million tons which we export before the war. What we can do for the moment? I am happy to say that our government, our Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Economy, Minister of Infrastructure, they are working 24 hours a day, and we've got with them so many meetings, Zoom, Teams, and they are quite good in this difficult situation. During the springtime, they find the way how to finance farmers just for the spring campaign, but they cannot do everything, unfortunately. All state banks also has a shortage of money, and they will ask farmers to pay back. How farmers will pay back credits if the price cost of production in 2 times less than market price on which they are selling? I hope that our ministry will find the way how to help our farmers. It's one problem. Second problem is to where farmers will store this grain. We have not enough storage facilities for all our crop. In our expectation, farmers will produce on this season about 70 million tons grain and oilseeds. Of course, it's for 35% less than year before, but we still have stocks about 26 million. And again, we should export about 55-60 million tons. It means we have to export 5-6 million a month. In this case, farmers will find the storage place. All Ukraine has about 1,200 grain silos certified for the total storage capacity about 65-67 million tons. But about 20% of them now on an occupied territory. It means we still have about 55 million ton storage capacity certified, and about 15-20 million ton it's storages, farming storages. You can store a grain just for a few months, but not long period. And if our crop 70 plus our stock 25-26, it means we are short for 15-20 million tons of grain. And with such pace of export as 2 million tons per month, unfortunately, we will not store this grain. And I am afraid about 50% of corn will not be harvested. One of the solutions is to use technology with the silo bags. And on the past 5 years, we quite good were on this. It's big, quite big bag for 500,000 tons. And you can put grains there and store for a few months. But unfortunately, the factory which produced this silo bag in Ukraine was in Irpin, and it's absolutely destroyed. And now in Ukraine, we have no producer for this silo bag. And during my visit in Rome, when I had meeting on FAO, I just asked help from European Bank Reconstruction and Development, from FAO, just help us to find the silo bags, and of course to help farmers to finance this purchasing of silo bags, because I am afraid that half of the corn will still be on the fields. Second, third problem, it's we will need to dry corn, and mostly we dry corn by gas. Will this gas will it available in Ukraine or not? It's also a question. And price, what kind of price we have to put on price cost of corn? It's I don't know what to do. The previous speaker Igor said that before the war we have been talking about bank guarantee, which could save supply chain and protected all interest without any defaults. But for today, we've got absolutely another level of problems, and we need some instrument which will help to Ukrainian farmers to survive. Because I'm afraid that if we will not find this instrument, and if we will not help our farmers, that about 40-50 million people in Africa just will be cut from access to the food. And that social problem which will come with additional immigrants in European Union from Africa. It will be absolutely another level of problem. Generally, that's it, what I would like to say. Thank you.
Nikolai, thank you very much for such comprehensive overview, the problems the grain producers in Ukraine they're facing now, and possible solutions that could help them. It's really devastating to hear this overview, and we, like every one of us around the world, we feel, you know, there is a global effect of this war in Ukraine, and the challenges that the Ukrainian grain producers they face now. And having heard from you and Ihar, I would like now to move to, I'm changing a bit the order of what I thought that how, you know, I will discuss, we turn the discussion. And I would like to move to Alexander and Tatiana. Alexander and Tatiana, we as representative of the international organization, Alexander, because we as a EBRD and in particular food security is also a major problem and what we prioritize. Alexander, would you give an overview of how the EBRD supports Ukraine? We heard about, I told about the work of the TFP, but if you tell us how other teams within the EBRD provide assistance to the country, and if you can elaborate on the high level, what are medium-term plans for the EBRD and its presence in Ukraine?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, thanks a lot. And it's very good to see so many participants, so many familiar faces. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to maybe give a little bit of a wider picture of what EBRD is doing in Ukraine these days, how we are approaching the situation, how we're trying to maximize the impact that
Alexander,
we have lost connection with you, Alexander. Unfortunately, while we restore connection, maybe...
Yes, maybe we move to Tatiana, and I would ask her the same questions. From USAID perspective, USAID Competitive Economy Program perspective, what projects you've done so far, and what are the further plans for USAID in Ukraine?
Thank you, Rina, for the questions. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm thankful to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the Ukrainian Alliance for Trade, Finance and Factoring for this opportunity to speak here today on behalf of USAID Competitive Economy Program in Ukraine. The program is a 5-year, $42 million project that supports business startups and small and medium companies to become more competitive both in domestic and international markets. As part of this broad assignment, we also seek to foster a simplified and more transparent business enabling environment, as well as to help Ukrainian companies to benefit from free trade. To date, our program has been instrumental in bringing more than $55 million in new investments to supported industries, and more than 2,000 jobs have been created with our support. More than 360 firms have expanded into new export markets. So our scope as a program is unlimited by geography within Ukraine, and we are well positioned to provide assistance to rebuild our country's war-torn economy. Obviously, a strong economy is hugely important for Ukraine these days. We can talk about the economic career, but here I would agree with this panel organizers who I think came up with a very apt name for this panel, United Front to Help Ukraine, because I do think that it would be more correct to talk not about the economic career, but about the economic front. So we at Competitive Economy Program are focused on helping the Ukrainian economy stabilize and prepare for an efficient and effective after-war recovery. In the current situation of uncertainty because of the war, clients, both foreign and domestic ones, may be unwilling to prepay for the goods to make advance payments. And on the other side, Ukrainian companies are facing large liquidity gaps. Therefore, cash flow solutions for producers that allow them to get access to working capital before their clients pay for the purchased products are very relevant now. And we are happy to join forces with our new partner with whom we signed a protocol of cooperation only last month, the Export Credit Agency of Ukraine, in helping Ukrainian banks deliver such cash flow solutions specifically for exporters, so that banks can provide accessible and affordable finance to those companies who wish to either start exporting or to scale up their exports through reaching out to new markets or to existing markets. Alexei from the agency already mentioned some key features of this export loan portfolio insurance product. So there's no need for me to go in detail on that.
Я прошу прощения, колеги, вибачте, мікрофон, будь ласка. Excuse me, Tatiana, continue.
But I just want to highlight that services that are being offered by the Export Credit Agency help eliminate the uncertainty of exporting to other countries, as well as help exporters raise finance from Ukrainian banks. And we are glad that we are helping the agency with the promotion of this product. In addition to export loan insurance, the agency is offering export contract insurance and hopefully will soon be able to offer export factoring insurance. And these services, as you know, require financial checks on foreign buyers. To analyze a foreign buyer, the agency needs to use credit reports or credit opinions, and the cost of getting such credit reports is usually passed on to the exporter. And obtaining these reports can obviously be a significant expense. It can vary depending on the country of the foreign buyer, on the depth of analysis, whether the request for a report is urgent or not. But in any event, the cost can be especially significant for small companies, for micro companies, and it could be a barrier to entering into export transactions. So hopefully we will soon be able to help the agency with getting a subscription to such credit reports to remove this barrier as much as possible. If we talk about the larger picture, the war in Ukraine has disrupted and will continue to disrupt supply chains for a large variety of goods, both those that are consumed domestically and those that are exported. So we plan to look broadly at recent supply chain dynamics, in particular in those sectors that have high export potential in order to stimulate, incentivize foreign currency inflows into Ukraine, as well as we plan to look at those sectors that are able to satisfy domestic consumption and reconstruction needs and respond to the need in localization of production. So we plan to consider further interventions to help minimize the supply chain disruptions, and that will likely include supply chain finance, because supply chain finance unlocks the working capital that is tied in the supply chain, helps companies lower their financing costs, and ultimately help to improve efficiency. So we see as our major task for the next period to help as much as possible businesses and SMEs in particular to continue working, because their work is the backbone for the country's future recovery. That is why we plan, among other things in our portfolio of projects, to launch shortly several grant programs, and increasing investments and access to finance opportunities for small and medium companies will be one of the key objectives of activities under such grant programs. So stay tuned, and let's work together as a united front indeed. Thank you very much again for this opportunity to speak here today, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Tatiana. It's great to hear the initiative, the program you already launched, and the future plans that on the list, which will help. I'm sure you will help the small, medium enterprises and in general Ukrainian economy. Alexander is back. So Alexander, back to you on the overview of EBRD support to Ukraine.
Yes, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We're fine. Okay, sorry for the disconnection and for the disruption. Yes, so I basically said that in terms of the actual investment, we have already mobilized quite a significant amount and invested, and there's a very strong, good pipeline. These came as basically in a variety of projects and instruments that we have been able to deploy. Trade finance, trade facilitation program, as I'm sure has been discussed already, has been our first instrument that was made available to the banks. Well, actually, it continued to be available to the banks. We did not stop for implementation of the program. Indeed, we actually increased the volumes, and we develop the program on a regular basis, trying to address the changing demand and the way the economy is developing and the way our partner banks are coping with the situation. So this came very much in line with the overall strategic priorities that the EBRD has set as a war response in Ukraine. So trade finance is one of them. Another one is energy security, food security, and supporting vital infrastructure. So we have signed facilities with different companies, state-owned companies and private companies throughout these few months already. I mean, the largest one perhaps you could see was the facility with Naftogaz, but we also supported Ukrgasbank, Ukrenergo, and a number of private companies, private players. We launched certain new products or instruments rather in the bank in the market in order to address the specifics of the situation, and in particular to support the agri sector, the farmers. So to support the sowing campaign, we developed a new portfolio risk sharing scheme, which we launched with 3 financial partners in the country already, and we're looking to expand these to double and triple the amounts that we have done already before the end of this year. We are very glad to see that the financial institutions, both state-owned and private-owned, are very actively working with their clients. They are providing the support necessary. They're doing it on a proper, prudent banking commercial basis, and are finding good enough, sufficiently good enough clients to support. And we see both disbursement and repayments coming in. I think it's very important that the economy continues functioning properly. There will be support needed, huge support, both in terms of grants and various sorts of guarantees and technical assistance. And this is all coming for the country. There is a lot of support being gathered internationally. EBRD will be one of the main international institutions which will be delivering it through its channels, through its partner base, which is very wide in Ukraine, and also through the dedicated team of bankers, which will continue to work making the investments in the country. On top of the investment activities and the financing activities, we also continued very active support of the authorities, of the government in order to cover their existing needs. You may have heard about the Ukrainian reform architecture project, so-called URA, which EBRD has been implementing already for a number of years, promoting the reforms in the country. So this whole platform work had been reoriented to help the government meet the immediate needs, immediate problems, such as dealing with humanitarian aid, relocations of businesses to the west of the country, to the secure areas, dealing with energy security, and also to help the government create and manage and develop the post-war recovery planning approach, program, and framework. Part of this activity, of course, is related with the National Bank of Ukraine, which continues to implement infrastructural reform, market reforms, despite the war, which will continue beyond, obviously, this time, and which will create the necessary conditions for improving access to finance and delivering financing to the real economy as well as to the population, in fact. So therefore, the development of the factoring instrument, leasing instrument, insurance sector, not only banking sector, is very important. It's very important not to stop and to continue creating the right conditions, the right infrastructure, and the right legal framework that will allow proper work of financial institutions in the country, which will encourage investment, coming of new investments into the banking sector, and basically increasing the capacity of the financial sector. Even before the war, Ukraine was recording one of the lowest in the world levels of credit penetration compared to GDP, and obviously this was not a very sustainable situation, which we all tried to mitigate. And during the recovery phase and the reconstruction phase, the banking sector, financial sector, will play a much greater and much more active role, including through the availability of new instruments and products. So I think I will stop here, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for this insight. And I I am from EBRD, and I appreciate how much work and time and effort our colleagues are investing in having all the projects approved and executed. It's a non-stop work, you know, since the war started. I'm part of this work representing TFP. And it's great to hear that we are at the forefront to help Ukraine. But obviously, you know, our help, as you rightly mentioned, it's a joint work together with the government, together with the National Bank of Ukraine. And now I would like to turn to Alexei. I would like to ask if you would provide the overview of the National Bank of Ukraine activities to support trade finance and factoring in the country.
Thank you, Rina. I would like to start by saying that's a big honor and great pleasure for me to be here with you today. And from perspective of my work here in the National Bank of Ukraine, we are now focusing on making more trade financing instruments available to Ukrainian companies, specifically to the factoring, including the supply chain finance solutions, invoice discounting, all the instruments that are associated with this. And we are now actively working, as it was mentioned, on the project to improve regulation of factoring, and hopefully this will allow us to tackle some of the problems outlined in Igor's presentation, and improve regulation factoring to increase those level of product penetration, because they're really low comparing to our neighbors. And I would like to thank EBRD for their continuous support to this project for improving regulation of factoring. And as we have seen from presentation of colleagues earlier today, banks are showing their interest in trade factoring and increasing their portfolio. And this proves that this is a sustainable business product today. So we really hope to see non-bank financial institutions to follow this pursuit. And as we have seen from Tul's presentation today, Internationally, it is possible that non-bank institutions play an important role, a big role in growing of the trade financing markets. And we have seen in Ukraine, like financial leasing, where non-bank financial institutions can provide a solid and competitive product to the market. So yeah, we're now even despite the wartime, we're trying to improve regulation so that the accessibility of the product and offer of the product on the market increases, and this helps to provide the companies with financing of their working capital and their trade expenses.
Thank you, Alexei. Thank you, Alexei, for this overview. And thank you, my panel, for the insight and what we gathered from the panel. And the trade is essential. It's essential for every economy, for healthy economy, and it's especially important now for Ukraine in these difficult times. So thank you very much. The success, you know, for the Ukraine economy now and the recovery stage is for us to work together, not only international organization and government, but also commercial banks, international commercial banks, which I see, you know, they are listening to us, and so we need to work together. And this is the message that, you know, was across all the presentation from all the speakers we heard today. So thank you so much. Vladyslav, over to you for Q&A session.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you, dear panelists. I would like to thank our participants who are still a majority with us. So that means that all the messages that we asked our panelists to deliver were interesting and were vital for understanding what's going on in Ukraine and how it affects the world economy. I would like to invite who is of participants still with us to write down questions or to raise your hand to ask questions to our panelists or to our speakers whom you heard over the whole seminar, over the whole webinar. While we are monitoring our audience, I would like to thank you, Irina, for this deep discussion, and our panelists for their great ideas. As a moderator and host of this event, I would like to particularly draw everybody's attention to the message that we have received from Ukrainian Grain Association, that current difficulties may be only the prologue to the more important and more dangerous situation about the food security in the region and social crisis that may follow, and therefore this problem should be addressed and not only in Ukraine, it should be addressed on international level. Therefore, we invite our international partners to look at this problem with more attention, with some peculiar tools that need to be developed or taken from the library of anti-crisis measures, and jointly address this problem as soon as possible. And as a panel for exchange of ideas, we propose Ukrainian Alliance for Trade Finance and Factoring as a partner to organize such a dialogue in nearest future, and we will be very much interested to hear the response, to hear the proposals, how to make this dialogue happen, how to find a solution over this discussion, and we invite everyone to save the world. Actually, Ukrainian food market and the question of food security is no small part of the saving the world situation today. So please be our partners, be our guests for the next event, and we are going to work on this issue very seriously. Thank you, and in the moment, let me see. What are the questions? We had some technical questions. Now I see a question from Felix Kabirsky to Irina Tyan from Verdi. Is TFP program secures import to Ukraine limited to critical import list of goods? Meaning, what is your position on this critical list of goods?
Thank you, Vladyslav. Well, we obviously follow guidance, what is on the essential list of goods allowed for the foreign currency payments in Ukraine, but we assess each transaction on a case-by-case basis. So we don't have like a list that only these goods, critical goods, can be supported. As the situation, is developing. So now, well, like few weeks ago, Kiev was like people were leaving Kiev. Now people are returning to Kiev. So obviously, something that maybe like few months ago we would prioritize, because of the obviously limited resources, we would prioritize some critical goods like machinery, agricultural machinery, fertilizer, fuel. But now, with, as Alexander mentioned, where we increasing our risk appetite, we can support more type of goods.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you. And I have seen, but unfortunately cannot read it in my my screen, a question from Igor Olehov. Igor, maybe you can ask it directly.
Yes, Vladyslav. Actually, my question to all the participants, and in particular EBRD, whether you have seen any effect of sanctions on the trade finance instruments and availability of trade finance in the Black Sea region, because sanctions affected many things, but whether the trade programs were affected by those sanctions or not.
Thank you, Igor, for the question. Dear colleagues, who is willing?
Alexander, would you like to take this question?
Well, I don't quite have the numbers, in fact, and I'm not sure I can give a very well-grounded answer, and I don't want to mislead the audience. I mean, in a way, the EBRD does not look at the Black Sea region as something separate or different from the rest of its countries of operation. Therefore, we're not looking at this particular angle, at least from EBRD's point of view, the only change which, kind of, they're not directly sanctions related, but the change that happened on our side is that the board of directors took a decision to stop any financing to Russia and Belarus, and obviously whichever transactions were supposed to be done with those countries with our participation, they are not supported anymore. But we have stopped, I guess, right, Irina, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, the TFP provision back since 2014 to Russia, and basically the only changes with the Belarus, where we also exited from any cooperation with banks. Therefore, our trade finance programs are not supported there. Then whether other IFIs have changed their stance on the other countries, on these countries or on this region, remains to be seen. There's obviously many IFIs who are active. There's an IFC Global Trade Facilitation Program. There's Black Sea Trade and Development Banks program, and they work with all the countries surrounding the Black Sea. In that sense, the availability, I think, of the programs does not follow sanctions per se, but it follows which partner banks, which issuing banks this program can work with. Therefore, for example, we continue working obviously with the banks in Azerbaijan, Armenia, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey. All of those are Black Sea countries. So as long as the goods themselves are being financed, they are not subject to sanctions, and the issuing banks do the necessary checks and compliance and only finance transactions which are with eligible goods, then the programs remain available to these countries.
Thank you, Alexander. That's very helpful to see your picture also. I see raised hand from Vitul. Please, you're welcome. Vitul, we don't hear you. Please switch on the microphone. In the meantime, I would like to change my hat for a moment and say from the position not of moderator, but of Crédit Agricole trade finance officer that we, of course, see the impact of sanctions, more scrupulous and peculiar attention to contracts from our colleagues in Crédit Agricole Paris, where they process our trade finance instruments. Of course, in the world, it happens that the war is by Russia against Ukraine, but many people read it as sanctions that are related to some Ukrainian deals. Therefore, we need to reiterate that no, Ukraine is not under sanctions. And of course, we have to send a clear message to the world that Ukraine is the first and foremost promoter of sanctions on the occupied territories, on annexed Crimea, on any territories that belong to country of aggressor. So we need to be clear that everything that is going from Ukraine is purely cleaned from issues related to sanctions. So our partners abroad can be assured that we are most obedient, most strong adherent to the sanctions of the world against aggression. And I ask again, Vitul, have you raised the hand to ask question? You are welcome.
No, I did not.
Okay, that's occasionally you probably
I think
push the button of the raised hand. Okay, yeah, no problem, no problem. So we do not have more questions. I think we have had already quite enough of information, and